call me at 855-CAR-ISSUE. That's 855-CAR-ISSUE. WGPR HQ2. You're watching WHPN, Highland Park, Detroit. FM 88.1 WGPR, Highland Park. WVIE 107.7 and Charlotte, Amalia, Virgin Islands. You can have your own party on TV. Party with R.J. Watkins and the TV 33 family. You hold your own Facebook watch party. Connect all your friends with our friends, and we can have a watch party together. Watch your favorite TV shows when favorite people. Here's how it works. Log on to Facebook from your computer or tablet. Go to the R.J. Watkins fan page at facebook.com/TV33WHPR. And look with the blue WH on the left. Like us. Click the word video with the red tag that says live next to it. Then click the share button at the bottom of the video player and select start playback anytime you want. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. At the end of the month, the viewer that has the most people at their watch party will be invited on the TV. Come on, let's have a party. Think of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you will receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly,
let me get there. Hang up the station, huh? Okay. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
There is one other participant in the conference.
Thank you, baby.
Treatment, pathway. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sisters.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Breakthrough, we offer professional care for rebuilding funds.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. This is the website at www.unityand.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city, and we're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click and rebuild. And for more information, 313-868-0000, the local number. Again, 313-868-0000. Support the Unity and Rebuild.
From a green card and still couldn't find the one yourself? Well, search for and call Design 5D. Offer birthday cards. Our cards are one of a kind. And will want to place on their mantle with all of their other treasured items. Also offer holiday cards. With Design 5D, no holiday will go unnoticed. our unique greeting cards are sure to holidays. We also have content special. We are the one-stop shop for unique and three-dimensional handmade greeting cards for all occasions. We also take custom orders. Every card is here and made with love. So call Design Sightings today at 601-451-9536 or visit our website, www.com.
PR Detroit HD2. You're watching WHPS, Highland Park. FM 88.1 WHPR, Highland Park. WBIE, Amalia, Virgin Islands.
Opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors.
Tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you really meant.
Conference recording started.
Is that what you feel you know? Your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then reason with one another on a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12. HPR TV Detroit Live 88.1 WHPR and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible? And if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement. True music. You can call that live on the air. 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with the Son of Man.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just. I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for truth and Allah's righteousness first. You all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, we have a special guest this evening that has honored us to come and talk with us and share some of the political news. He's one of the representatives in the Mississippi State Legislature, Mr. Ricky Thompson, a member of the State of Mississippi House of Representatives. And he serves District 16, which is Lee and Monroe counties. He is a native of Shannon, Mississippi, and he works as a nurse for the Northeast Mississippi Health Services in the city of Tupelo, Mississippi, and is also a founding member of Northeast Mississippi Coalition Against COVID-19. Of our concerned citizens, OCC, which was founded in July of 2020. Our citizens, our concerned citizens for justice in Shannon, Mississippi is a recognized non-profit 501c3 organization. Its purpose is to serve African American and low income. They work to improve the conditions and achievement level of the public school systems by helping in the production of competitive students and improving the conditions and achievement level of the schools. This means ensuring that schools have an environment wherein teachers are prepared to teach, students are prepared to learn, and parents are partners in the educational process without the distraction of disintegrating buildings, environmental hazards, and economic hardships. OCCFG FJ also works on increasing political involvement in the communities, ensuring equitable power distribution, and improving the criminal justice system. And criminal justice reforms include a system wherein punishment is fair and mentally ill individuals are not unfairly prosecuted. We will accomplish this through town hall meetings, rallies, public hearings, canvassing, and other convenings to empower and educate ourselves and others on issues that affect all of our daily lives. Representative Thompson looks forward to continuing to work in the state legislature on behalf of all of his constituents and also to continue to work with OCCFJ, just Concerned Citizens for Justice. Our Concerned Citizens for Justice. And he looks forward to working with them to serve the African American and low income communities. So he has a pretty full plate. And we welcome him. We now want to hear from him to correct anything we messed up and to talk about whatever he feels we need to know from a standpoint of a representative in the government. You may press star, star 5 star on your phone, not star 5 star on your phone. And our technician will see your hand go up and he will unmute you. Representative Thompson.
Good afternoon, my brother. I'm so excited to be on this call this evening, and it does me a great pleasure to be able to speak to all my brothers and sisters. As they say in the Mississippi Black Legislature, we represent 1.2 million people of color here in the state of Mississippi, and that's something that we do not take lightly. As we all know, when it comes to people of color, we are the first one that get mistreated and don't have the equal justice that we need, no matter where we live here in the state of Mississippi. But and also, as they say, our justice, which was founded in 2020, and as a former justice court judge, I see a lot of mistreatment when it comes to people of color. This is more of a systemic racism when it comes to the criminal justice. So therefore, we have to have somebody in the mix when it comes to the legislator, when it comes to applying the law. We have to have someone that understands our people. You know, when it comes to court, we're already scared because we don't really get when it comes to applying the law to us as people of color. And the thing about it is we have to have somebody in position that we can, as we all know, fear has been placed when it comes to certain issues that we deal with. And we all understand how fear affects us in so many different ways that we either going to react the right way or we're going to react the wrong way. So the key thing that I would always say is we have to have trust in our people that we represent. And the only way that we can do that is we have to be on the ground doing the grassroots things, let them see a lot of different things. The reason why I say that, a good example, this week we had a renter that was just kicking people out. And, as the state legislator, I'm going because there are individuals who do right, and they just do anything to people of color. So you have to stand in the gap and be that voice for those people that really don't understand what they right are, because number one, they don't have anywhere to go. So you have to be there for them. That's one thing that near and dear to our concerned citizens, that we got to make sure that our people are represented, and we will have somebody in the legislature who's going to stand up. So as we look at this, we have to use a lot of different resources, and the key thing is education. Education is the key to helping us as I want to disperse the information and make sure that. So as we look at this and on this call tonight, we all have a lot of things that we have to work on, but here's one thing that I really want to put out there. So I'm here tonight to build a relationship here in the state of Mississippi. What happens here affects somebody later in other different states. So as a legislator and as a former judge and people, we understand what mistreatment is all about, and we understand who gets the mistreatment is a person of color. So when it comes making laws, applying the laws, and the legislator in the Mississippi Black Caucus, we try to make sure that our people's interests are the foremost thing that we do, because there are some laws that pass that are totally against a person of color. So we have to understand there, and we have to fight, have to work in the legislature to make things fair across the board. But as you know, that does not always happen like we think it. Executed to the fullest extent of the law, and it doesn't have to be that way. But what we need to do is we need to build relationships. We need to make sure to educate, and most of all, we have to use our resources to people to understand the system. Because as I said, always systematic racism is systemic, and that's something that's been ever since it's been the United States. Systemic racism is always there, but you, as they say, do a little bit at a time to bring things to a head. And when it's not right, we have to speak out against it. So pretty much this is what it's all about. This was all, and to just give you an idea, I some things myself as the judge to try to create a system when it came to drug addiction and make sure the individuals. And it was a big thing in my community. So to make a long story short, I had to fight, had to go to federal court to try to even keep my job as a justice court judge. But after that, I ran for the state representative. So as the state representative. So that's pretty much what we're doing here in the state of Mississippi. And I welcome everybody on this call. And if you got any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, first to do is thank you again for coming. And I want you to also know that this is not one of them talk shows or whatever where just people just want to talk and talk and talk and do nothing. You're not going to be rushed off.
Thank you.
It's like I know you used to, how they conduct their affairs. And I hope a lot of white people is listening. Because anytime you having a serious discussion and you say it's serious and yet you putting people on a 5-minute clock, you're not taking it very seriously. I think people that have something to say that is going to benefit first of all, that you all took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to defend it, which is to defend the country that you live in. If someone has something to say that is going to benefit your, that person should be allowed to speak. And,
Yes.
so I want you to slow down and talk to us. You're not on no clock.
Okay.
So you slow down and talk to us. I know how you have to do up there in the legislature. They looking at the clock. They ain't paying no attention to what you're saying. They're just looking at the clock. Who just in love with the sound of his own voice. You know, believe me, it done got past being fun. I've been doing this for almost 50 years. So it ain't about fun. It's about just like what you are bringing to the forefront. I too was born in Mississippi. I was born up there in the Delta in Leland.
Okay, you definitely understand that.
So yes, sir. You know, my dad and them had to get out of here when I was 3, and I found out why they left. You know, they was sharecropping. He never broke even. Always wound up owing white man something. But anyway, they claim that it's not them. They claim that it's their fathers that did that. But these ain't their fathers mistreating us now. It's them.
Exactly.
And a brother like you, and like Congressman Thompson, he came on here before, and they call themselves trying to front him off for talking to us. You know, yet here they tried to compare us to the Klan or whatnot. I ain't stupid enough to think that somebody is less than I am simply because their skin don't look like mine. I ain't that stupid. So anyway, if it's the truth, you in the right place, speak it. And if it's you will have us to back you up. You represent. I say this to all of our people. Be for right. If you for right, I don't care what color you are. If you for right, I'm with you. Even if right wind up condemning me, then I just stand condemned. So Representative Thompson, you go right ahead and share with us what you think we need to be aware of, kept abreast of, just like I noticed that our citizens, our concerned citizens for justice, when you
yes, sir.
when you said that you're trying to get our people involved into the political arena so that they will have some kind of power over what happens to them.
Right.
I mean, I don't care if we're going to be independent tomorrow. We got to deal with how the situation is today. Right now, we're not independent. We are a 40 million black people in this country that don't control anything simply because we too divided. And when we get a brother like you and brother like Benny Thompson that are willing to stand up and speak up for us, we should support them. We should support you. And whatever I can do to help, I'm willing to help. If it's right, I'm willing to help you. So let's.
Well, I can tell you what I need to do right. It's all about me doing right for sure. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I love my people. I want to make sure they have access to things they hadn't had access to before, because as you know, you said it already very poetically, we got to find our way to get power, which we don't have any power with anything. So we got to do something for ourselves.
Yes, sir. And so, you know, I mean, for you to come on and speak up for people who are afraid. I studied. I got a little history of your judgeship and why you lost it and that kind of thing. And whenever you're trying to do something that's going to help put an end to the suffering of our people, history teaches us that not all, but a lot of white people just don't want to see that. And so I know that. And they didn't even want to have court with you. Just terrible stuff. But
right. Well, you know history, yes, sir. I had a battle. I went to federal court to fight because, like you say, the people elected me back in, but they used the Supreme Court, like they said, they know how to use policy against us to do the things that they do to us.
You remember what happened to Jesse Jackson for saying misuse of campaign funds? Somebody's still doing walking around.
Well, we totally understand.
I mean, look, I ain't expecting. I'm not expecting this to change a whole lot of hearts, but I'm sick and tired of people trying to make something wrong out of us when we talk about the mistreatment of us and the injustices that we suffer at the hands of these people. You got people that just white people that tried to overthrow the government of America, and they were fighting police officers and whatnot. Not a one of them. There's one lady got shot, but for the most part, they kept their guns holstered.
Mm-hmm.
So if you white, you can stand up in this country and overthrow the government, and they will go along with you. I mean, this is crazy, and frankly, I'm sick of it. No, I ain't talking about sick of it. Let's go get some guns. No. Mm-mm. Let's get some knowledge in our head and get together and get out from under this man.
Right.
That's what.
We got to start mistrust in our community. It's just unreal. But when it comes to us trying to help each other, when it comes down to the real, as they said, the rubber meets the road, they won't show up and won't do like it's supposed to. I've been many places. I go fight for them. And you don't see them.
Yes, sir. I know. Tell me about it, brother. You know, I mean, I try to get our people to, and I hope they all listening. And if I say something that ain't true, they can unmute their phone and get on me about it. But man, we try to build up this community, man, and can't get the support. We open up a bakery and can't even get nobody to come there and buy bread.
That's true.
I mean, it's sad, man.
So like you said, brother, we got to have more education. We don't have that like we used to have. Like I said, our communities, you know our communities when you see it. And that's a sad thing. I can go to a lot of different places. I can deal with different in communities. Mm-hmm. You go into them. And it doesn't take much. And you like, what is going on?
And that's why, look, I'm going to tell you something. If you do something about it, just like you're trying to do something about it. You got a history of that. And people go, what's that? Where did you get this from? Whites quit working with black Mississippi judge, then he got sacked.
That's from the Daily Beast.
Yeah, from the Daily Beast.
Right.
And you can go on. I know I'm not talking to a do nothing. You was trying to help.
Oh yeah.
And so I am empathetic and sympathetic to one who tries to do something other than just complain. I mean, sitting around complaining about how we being mistreated, it's like a man sitting down in the middle of the main thoroughfare, and he's sitting there and get mad because he's getting kicked as people walk by and whatnot. Get up.
Yeah, right.
This is what we got to do. We got to get up. Something in our head, and then clean up our communities. Mm-hmm. We can rebuild our own communities. That's what I want to. I want you to go ahead, brother. I didn't invite you in here so you could listen to me. I brought you in here so we could listen to you.
That's no problem. You're definitely on point. What I tell everybody, when you have your own house, can't nobody expect nobody else to come in and do what you're supposed to do in your own. So you right on point. You thinking just like I'm thinking. I can't expect nobody to come to my house and fix the thing I need to be fixing for myself. And that's the thing that we got to realize in the community. We want everybody else to come in and fix things, which we need to be fixing for ourselves and take pride in it. And then that will spread around. Care about something, but you're on target.
This is what we want to do. We want to. Matter of fact, this is just. I'm glad we getting to know each other. I want us to be in more communication with each other outside of this kind of forum. You know,
right?
We picked up all of the bad habits from white people and good habits from all this 400 years we've been here. And we ain't been in the lap of one of the greatest builders that have ever been on the planet. And yet we sit in up this man putting rovers on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And we sitting around here can't put nothing nowhere because we always looking for boss to come and do something for us, and then wonder why he don't respect us.
The only way they respect us, they get money from. You look at the court; they steady draining our pockets, but it like sometimes it's self-inflicted because we ought to do better our own self, but it just hey, look, they want to blame somebody. You got to get up and do something, just like you said.
Man, leave ourselves in a position where they can point the finger. I mean, they gonna point the finger. Don't nobody respect a man that's begging.
True.
We gotta quit begging. I wish they'd bring something in here. No, why don't we bring something here?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I would have a mentality Brown. Open the door and I get it myself.
There you go, brother. There you go. You know, and if you and when you in your own neighborhood, you got the key to the door.
Right.
Ain't nobody. That's one thing I'll say about Mississippi. You know, Mississippi get a bad rep. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. If black people in Mississippi would just start fixing up their own places, they freer to do that than any place in the country.
Right. In Mississippi, the population is 30% black. That means we can do something. 30% of them. And we have the most black elected officials than any state.
I mean, really, man. I mean, the sheriff here is black. The chief of police is black. The mayor is black. And everything. Ain't got no excuse not to do nothing here.
Right.
Ain't nobody stopping us but us. So, I want you to come here and visit Fayette, Mississippi, and meet the mayor and some of them.
I would love to.
Now they ain't Muslims, but they're our people.
Right.
And they want we got a progressive mayor here. We got a sheriff that wants to do right. I mean, for the most part, we got a decent community here. I fuss. It could be better, but it could sure be a whole lot worse.
Right.
You always want to encourage your people. It's just like with you love your son, you love your daughter. They get B's, you get on them. B's are good, but you can do better than that. And that's what we want. We want to encourage our people to excellence. That's what we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
we're some of the most talented. I have learned that we're some of the most talented people, but we just don't apply ourselves like we're supposed to. And we can problem solve if we just love our own self and understand how we were created. That we can do things that nobody else can do.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, everybody know we are talented, but us.
It's true.
That's sad. Man went way over to Africa and stole us. He had some people here already. If all he wanted was a slave,
Mm-hmm.
he conquered these people that was here already. How come he didn't enslave them? They didn't build the pyramids, but we did.
Definitely not.
I mean, we wouldn't even be eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches if it hadn't been for a black man.
Thank you.
Let's just tell the truth, man. You know, so what's on the agenda for the legislature, brother? I mean,
Well, here's what's on the agenda for the legislators. As we know, redistricting is definitely something that we got to look at. When it comes to down south, the district has been so packed, and once you pack a district and stuff like that, you just only making one person in power. We need to kind of spread it out a little bit on the legislative. In 2022, it's going to be redistricting is going to be very important. So we can try to get some more representing some more senators in the state of Mississippi. So we need to pay to what's going on in our district. Number one, the census this time is kind of, I would say, it's skewed a lot. That means places that there did not count, that we can have a district, like I said, we can have more black districts. We just got to start on the line to make sure that we can create that. And for us, the legislators, Hester McCrae in DeSoto County, a lot of people moved out of Delta. So we're trying to create a lot of different districts so we can get some senators from the coast and everything. So that's one thing that we got to look at as brothers. We got to focus on that. We can't lose focus on draw your lines and you get it where you can get someone elected. We can change things. That's the biggest thing that we really got to look at that's coming in legislators redistrict. So let's pay close attention to that for sure.
Representative Thompson, thing work. Is it the Democrats or the Republicans? I was under the impression, at least I thought I heard them say that it's done every 10 years or something like that?
Yes, sir. It's done every 10 years. So next year will be the 10-year. I think, let me think, Congressman Thompson, he lost some of his voters, so that means he's going to have to get some from the Jackson area. So it's every 10 years, number one. And the way you can do it is whoever's kind of in power can draw their district pretty much what they have to touch. And you have to have so many people in your district. So you have to communities together. You can't go one way and get somebody. It's got to be connected in so many different ways. Connect.
Is it both parties? What?
Well, the Republican Party is in control, so we got to really look at that. But we do have some people that's on the redistricting, so it's going to be whoever's in power now, just like my district. Then they get to decide how they want the district drawn out for them. So we might lose some from the Delta because the population of Delta went down due to the fact that people were moving north because there's not any jobs in the Delta down there. So they had a decrease in population.
Need to be done about redistricting to take it out of the hands of either party and let it be done in such a way where the people's votes would count more. Because
right.
if the people's vote would count more, like if you needed to if you couldn't just make a district, because when people can't lose, they have nothing to lose, and so they don't care about policing anybody.
Right. That's why I was saying with some districts they so packed, and the other people, where they need to come out a little bit, where we can have, instead of one, we can have two people representing the community. You know, some districts are so packed that they guarantee to win. When you have over 6 American voters in one district, and then you look at the other district, so you just only getting one in power, then you can have two on the other side. So that's one thing that we got to look at when we talk about redistricting this time. Is spread it out, 2 for 1.
Yes, sir. Well, I tell you what, this forum here, when you want to bring us up to speed with what here all the time, this is
Okay.
for you. You any of our elected officials that want to come in here and talk to us, they welcome to do so. You tell them that.
I sure will. Well, look, this is not going to be our last time because, like I said, I like building relationships.
I didn't say that for you to leave.
We can go somewhere.
No.
Yes.
I didn't say that for you to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I said that to make sure that you understood that this is open to you. Now, I'm not telling you it's time to go. No, it ain't time for you to go. No.
Okay.
You share with us what you think we need to know to help us and to help the country. It's just like
Right.
COVID-19. You what is this? Y'all came out against COVID-19. I assume you got some kind of thing where you help getting people to quit tripping over vaccinations.
Yes. Okay. I even left that part out. When the pandemic was so bad and you couldn't get that, I was instrumental in trying to get the vaccine in our community. I worked with Dr. Vernon Rayford and Tia Beasley, physician assistant, and all this is volunteer help. We don't get paid anything like that. It's something that we go in every community that we're allowed to come, that want us to a weekend or something like that. So look like us that you can relate to. We have a physician on site when we go to different places. So it's very unique. This Northeast, and it's a lot of people of color that to make sure they get the vaccine, because we definitely want people to live. If there's something out there to help us to live a little while longer, we definitely want that. So I'm working along with Dr. Rayford, Timothy Townsend, Tia Beasley, which is physician assistant, and we have the Eliza Pillars, which is the Black nurses, volunteers. That means we go in the community, make sure that they have access to the vaccine, and that's one thing that we've been doing since we started, I think, in April when we came from the legislature, and it was just something that we had to really work on. So they called me, like you said, your legislator can do a lot of different things to help the community, and that's how it is working very well. Churches, we go to just where we need it at. So it's something that I'm proud to be a part of.
Well, you know that's in the Word of God too, brother. When I was sick, you came in unto me. This is people been lied to and they misrepresented the scientific community. The scientific community is trying to protect the people, and they out there threatening the scientists.
Right,
I mean,
right.
This is crazy. I mean, we that's bad. That's just dishonest information that the people been feeding on. You can't play. The scripture said, except those days be shortened, there would no flesh be saved. Now humans are infecting animals.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't no joke.
No.
So, you know, I'm thankful to have brothers, people like you, brothers like you, and on all sides, black and white, are going out trying to help the people.
Mm-hmm. You know, in the state of Mississippi, everybody don't have good transportation, so that's why we went out into the rural areas to make sure they get their vaccine. And my hat has to go out to any questions, any concerns. You got a physician right there on site that you can talk to.
And I tell you something else. I just know here, we done got so comfortable that I forgot you a state legislator. And that kind, you know, most people get in these offices and they get so arrogant and proud. And you so down to earth, brother. That is commendable. And you know,
thank you.
It is
well, I'll go out and get a vaccine too. I work right alongside the doctor myself. I've given the vaccine like anybody else. Like I say, your state legislature be giving vaccines also.
Well, I got mine. I put it on the internet, showed them I got mine. I ain't telling people to go do something I wouldn't do.
Of course.
Yeah, we try to help. I said if President Biden got elected, I was going to do all I could to help that man, because I believe he's a decent man, and I'm going to do all I can to help him, and I hope that all of you all do the same. He cares about the country. The man cares about the United States.
He cares.
We live here.
There's just a lot of misinformation they putting out there on him, but he cares about the United States. Yeah.
We live here. If he care about the United States, he care about us.
Mm-hmm.
So, it makes sense to me to care about people that care about you.
Right. Exactly.
So, I'm gonna do all I can to help to save and restore the soul of this country. Because it's got a lot of bad history. But it's got some good history too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if all we do is concentrate on the evil of an individual, it's not a one of us that don't have some evil that we done did. Not one.
That's true.
But we got more than that. We got some good that we have done too. And if you're going to judge people, you got to look at both sides. And it's the same with countries, same with nations.
Right.
There ain't no nation out there that's got a monopoly on righteousness.
Right.
Not one. So everybody got some cleaning up to do.
Right.
And we should help each other.
Of course. Mm-hmm. They do.
And I know I'm preaching to the choir on this, because you got fired trying to help. I know, yeah. Uh-huh.
I sure did.
They want to make the right that you was trying to do, try to make that wrong.
Mm-hmm. They sure did.
That's, Allah's going to bless you for that, brother. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the scripture said. When you're in a position of power and you abuse people, when you could have been merciful, you could have shown them mercy. The only reason Allah let you get up there was so he could find out what kind of heart you had.
Mm-hmm.
So you meet the same people on the way down that you met on the way up, man.
That's right. That's why I say I love my people.
Yeah, me too, brother. If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be helping my people.
That's right.
If I'm gonna die early, let it be me doing something to help my people. I don't want to be dying hurting people. I don't want to hurt nobody. But I'm not the kind of person that will stand back and watch injustice and just stand there trembling. That ain't me. I had my.
If you watch it, give to the next person. If you watch it, don't say nothing. You just guilty.
You next. What you gonna do when they work their way to you?
Right.
Man, I had my 19th birthday in Vietnam. So I mean, this stuff that's going on here, it's got to stop. And if they don't stop, God will.
Mm-hmm.
So when does the legislature go back into session in Mississippi?
We go back in January, but if we don't have a special session, we still dealing with this marijuana thing. For as if they're gonna call us back for a special session, and it's not for sure yet. For as this marijuana issue that they're dealing with, that everybody voted on, the Supreme Court threw it out. So that means we gotta try to have a special session to make it legal. So we may go back this year, but if we don't go back this year, it'll be in January of 2022.
Okay. You're talking about medicinal marijuana, or how y'all going after that?
It's medical marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
With the state of Mississippi, the people overwhelmingly voted for medical marijuana but it went to the Supreme Court, and it was something wrong the way they done it. We didn't have the 3 congressional districts, so it was invalid, ruled invalid. So now the legislature is trying to decide how they're going to handle it with a special session, or they're going to do it in January of 22.
All right.
Yeah, it's Mississippi Supreme Court. Just looking at the bill, we know a lot of people have a lot of farmland. We want to make sure some black people get, if they want to plant it and grow it, we want to make sure the black legislators want to make sure that if it happens, we need to have somebody that look like us that's growing too, or grower or whatever. So we try to make sure that happens.
Question about if that becomes legalized, what happens to all of the people who was incarcerated for having marijuana or whatnot?
It's funny. Look, it's funny that you asked that. They hadn't even addressed that yet. We really need to address that also. You know, you gotta address that, but they hadn't said anything about addressing that yet. You know, the people that had possession charges and stuff like that, we need to turn them out, because if you're gonna legalize it and they incarcerated, we need to have some kind of stopgap to let them out if you're gonna legalize it.
Yeah, I was looking at the the Untouchables. They had a movie out called The Untouchables, when the bootlegging Al Capone, all of them was bootlegging whiskey and stuff, and somebody walked up to the Hoover at that time and asked him in the movie, as in they talking about legalizing it. He said, "Well, I guess I'll go have a drink." And that was
okay.
What was that? So I think that's something that they kind of trying to figure out too, because there's a whole lot of people sitting up in jail just for that.
Right, just for that. You're exactly right. And even since you mentioned that, you look at this misdemeanor level and stuff like that. All that stuff's gonna have to be addressed too.
Yes.
Dealing with that misdemeanor court, how they gonna deal with it? We're gonna have to really start looking at legislation when you talk about if you operate in a vehicle or something like that, and if you drive under the influence, anything like that, it's a lot of stuff going to have to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
People driving under the influence, it carries a lot of penalties sometimes.
And I'll tell you something else. I guess you were a little before your time on that drug court that you had set up, because they now calling drugs.
Say that. You know what? It's funny that you say that. That's what somebody told me. Said, "Man, you're way ahead of your time." They just didn't understand you.
Yeah, I mean, now that it's such an epidemic of drug addiction in the Caucasian community, they done start calling drug addiction a disease,
right?
Instead of a crime.
Exactly.
It was a crime as long as it was on us. And then when it happened to them, I mean, they hear me. I mean, I've offered them $50,000 if they can show I'm lying on them. So, I mean, it's and my life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing that we cannot afford to do when seeking justice. If you're seeking justice and are trying to go about seeking justice by lying, lies will not get you to justice.
No.
Truth is what you must speak if it's justice you seek. So,
true.
You was already looking at that thing with people with their drug addiction and stuff, and was trying to keep from having to send them to prison, but trying to get them some help.
Right.
Now they doing it.
Of course.
But they ain't get fired for it. So I
was the first one in North Mississippi as far as that misdemeanor drug court. It was history. And they destroyed it. It was historical.
Well, we got a whole history of people stealing from us and stealing our ideas, saying it wasn't no good when we did it. And then when they do it, they pat themselves on the back. So that's how that's been. But I tell you something.
But you know, the other side of it is, they didn't tell that I had a veterans court too. You know, a lot of those guys was going overseas and coming back with a lot of problems and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
I had a veterans support court along with that court. So I was working with the veterans because they was dealing with a lot of stuff. So it was a lot of different things I had going.
Yeah, brother. When I was overseas, brother, it was a whole lot of people getting addicted, and got back here and just it was terrible. So I know that people get, you can't be in a war zone and looking at dead bodies and killing people and think you gonna stay normal. No, you ain't gonna stay normal. Cause that ain't normal. When you in that war zone, you think you dealing with it. And that's because everybody around you got guns and all of that kind of stuff. And you get back here. And ain't nobody got guns, but you get paranoid, man. You get paranoid quick.
I know. I learned that from Veterans Court. When you're dealing with military, they used to handling guns. You have to be real careful with them because they used to carry guns.
Yes, sir.
Protect themselves.
Yes, sir. So he feel naked without it. Because this is a whole different world than a war zone, and that's what we used to call it, back to the world. But even though you get back to the world, sometimes you ain't all the way back.
Right.
And it's terrible.
You got to look at this also. We've been in a war for 20 years. Them men and women coming back and forth. We got a lot of folks who got a lot of problems. You count 20 years of war.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The president did a humanitarian thing by just cutting that wall, cutting it off. And all of the people on earth that's listening, you need to put them guns down and quit killing each other. You running your children. You running them young men and women. But the reason that we didn't suffer that a bunch of that post-traumatic stress syndrome and all of that kind of thing was because it was a time that God winked at that and just closed one eye and let everybody do their thing. But the time for that is gone. That's why you got so many sick minds that's out there still trying to kill people, because God said, "Thou shalt not kill."
Right.
That ain't never changed. The only thing that changed was he let another one have dominion for 6 days, which is 6,000 years. And that time is up. It's time to do right now. It's time to do right, man. This pandemic ain't going away. It's getting worse.
It's not going away. You're correct.
These people that talking about they can't breathe with a mask on, and talking about that the reason they can't breathe is because their body is already probably full with that virus, and it just ain't hit them like it's going to hit them. Because that thing cuts off your air. When your brain ain't getting enough oxygen, you subject to be saying anything. That's like walking around drunk.
Sure.
So it's frightening to me. I mean, I was so thankful that Allah blessed us with a vaccine.
Right.
So I encourage everybody, go and get vaccinated. As much as
it's the right thing to do, but it's so much misinformation with those young folks out there. It's just unreal the way they be talking.
Yes,
you
sir.
talk to someone.
Yes, sir. And it's even that's in the book. In Isaiah. I mean, it's all, the Bible is jumping off the page now. The book says that it says the Lord shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall he have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is an hypocrite and an evildoer, and every mouth speaks folly. And for all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. So, I mean, you ain't no old man, and you are, I know I'm probably about 30 years older than you, but you are, you are a refreshing change. I'm just.
Well, that's what life is about. It's about making a change, get us to change.
Sir. Yes, sir.
And it's about doing some action. Like I said, I don't like to talk. I like to do.
Yes, sir. So y'all got a redistricting coming up in the very near future and all of that. I mean, how, is the legislature trying to work together?
On some things. Here's how it works. If they need our votes, we have to work together. Like if it's like a 3/5 votes, that means they need us to work with them to get things passed. So it's kind of give and take.
If y'all change some of them rules, you'd have excuses to work together, and
Right.
I mean, I know a lot of times people want to do and can't because somebody gonna hold them accountable that ain't really the best got the best heart. And
you said the key word, accountable.
Yeah.
When they certain words, they held accountable. That means if they're accountable, they got to toe the line. And if you don't toe the line, you're not gonna make it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, I understand the quagmire that, sometimes you get in the middle of it like that. Anything that I can do to help, you tell all your colleagues, whether it's the Black Caucus or the others, anything they want to come on and say to the people to try to help bring people more into unity of thought. I mean, I ain't talking about no integration. I'm talking about unity in our minds of wanting to do what's right for the country.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to come on and talk to the people, I mean, we got a pretty big audience. You tell them that this forum is open.
I sure will.
Yeah, give them the same number that you had and tell them that all they got to do is just call and say, I want to come on, and they can come on.
What nights do you have it? I mean,
on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. Mississippi time. Yes.
Okay.
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8. On Sundays at 11 a.m.
Okay.
They welcome to come on in here, and I will welcome them. And tell them I don't care who it is. If he's one of the legislators, tell him to come on.
I sure will. I'll pass it on.
Jefferson County leading the according to what I was told, we leading the leading in vaccinations. So,
okay. Well, that's great. Well, y'all are very receptive. That's a good thing.
Yeah. It's nice to not every time you turn the news on and not hear about your neighbors dying. So
you're right.
That's good.
Yeah, it's been a death for the last 2 years.
Yes, sir. So, what else did you want to discuss tonight? I mean, maybe somebody might have. I've been kind of hogging your attention.
Well, I think
someone else have something they want to ask you?
Looks like we do have a couple of hands up. So.
Okay, we got somebody with the hand up. Unmute them. So that.
Good evening, Representative Thompson.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. I had a question about the marijuana laws, and if it were to be legalized, Has there been any Mississippi state court cases where there's been any retroactive laws, so we can get like a base of just in case it is legalized, and we can go and those who are convicted of the marijuana, of possession of marijuana, is there any retroactive laws that's been in place in Mississippi?
As of right now, there are no retroactive laws, anything like that. It would be very fruitful if we go ahead and start now. We can't wait till things happen. We don't have any laws that would be retroactive, anything like that, for us that. The only retroactive thing that we had in the past year was releasing prisoners, releasing early, retroactive if they committed some type of crime, nonviolent crime. That's the only retroactive law that we had on the last session. But for the marijuana, we hadn't had anything that's been retroactive at all.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And that's something that we really need to start working on. If they're going to legalize it, I mean, it's got to have a domino effect. We got to have some type of relief for those individuals that was locked up for marijuana.
Yes, sir. Thank
you. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
And you had someone else, bro?
Yes, sir. I don't recognize this number here, but
What you mean you don't recognize it?
it's an odd number. It's a Miss U.S. number, but New York.
If they are disrespectful, you can always kick them out.
Yes.
Unmute them. Beg your pardon?
Hello.
Yes, Representative.
I'm calling to you today because I'm wondering if God can save me.
Wondering what?
I don't know what I did wrong. Right?
No, you haven't said anything wrong. We're trying to understand what you are asking. Okay. Go to the next caller. Okay. Every now and then, Representative Thompson, we have somebody that, that still think that they back in the 30s or somewhere. So, but for the most part, we have a pretty civilized forum here. And, so you are, like I said, you're always welcome to come in here. Did anyone else have a question that they wanted to ask our representative? And I also want to thank you for not being in a hurry to leave, brother.
Oh, I'm not in no hurry. No, sir. No, sir. Hey, you said the right thing to slow down. We got plenty of time. That was my key to know that, hey, everything's going to be good.
All right. And you tell the rest of them that too. This is not no talking 5 minutes and then buy a commercial or whatever. Man, that's stuff that don't go for me. If I didn't want to hear what you had to say, I wouldn't invite you in here.
Representative Thompson,
they just explained that part to me. I was like, okay, let me go and get what I got to say. And maybe, okay.
We have another question for you from one of the technicians here. Yes, sir.
Representative Thompson, could you tell us where you did your undergrad school at? Did you go to any HBCUs, or could you tell us about your education background?
I went to ICC with the community college, got my nursing degree, but I did go HBC, Alcorn State University.
Oh, okay.
In Norman, Mississippi. Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of alumni from there.
Go Braves.
All right. So you in Brave territory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anyone else had something they wanted to ask him? Was that it? Okay, someone else. There's someone else. Yes. Good evening.
Question I have for the congressmen. They have been addressing throughout the country within the states where they are trying to replace the vote administrators with partisan people to stifle the vote. And I want to ask him, has he observed that type of movement in Mississippi, or has it been less of that?
As they have, okay, in Mississippi, there are certain places that do still have that voter suppression. So it's all over the United States now. When the Senate is controlled by Republican parties, it is definitely alive and well. Voter suppression is here.
You know, I think where a lot of people are, what they are missing is that when you really look at what voter suppression actually is, one party, regardless to, they get in power. I mean, just like the Republicans were just in power under Donald Trump. What did they actually accomplish for the United States? Other than, see, if you heard the old saying that what you doing speaks so loud that I can't hear what you're saying. Okay. What Mr. Reagan asked the question once. He said, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Was the country better off than it was before he came in office? And one question, I mean, man had 4 years, and the Republican majority had 4 years to show that what they could do if governing was what they wanted to do. And since they didn't govern, what did they do? What were they accomplishing? The reputation of the United States went down. The respect for the office of president went down. And it ended with an attempted overthrow of the government. The respect for the Constitution went to nothing. What you don't realize is that you have people from Tea Party. I never forgot them calling themselves the Tea Party. I remember learning about the Tea Party in elementary school. There were set colonists dressed like Indians, like Native Americans. And they went on board of the ships and tore up everything, but they looked like Native Americans. And so the report was that Native Americans did it. But in actuality, it was the settlers, the colonists. And likewise, when they called themselves the Tea Party, you notice the one thing that stood out when they walked into the Capitol was the Confederate flag.
Mm-hmm.
See, William Barr, he made the statement when he was asked, how do you think history will remember you? And he said, history is written by the winners. Winners of what? Now, I'm saying this to white people that really love their country. You've been spending so much time and using so much energy, call yourself holding black people back and holding us down, that you don't forget that that flag, that Confederate flag that you've been allowing to be flying in your country, that flag declared war on the Stars and Stripes. And if you ain't careful, they done already declared they never actually surrendered. They just made a deal that they would not take up arms against the U.S. government again. They didn't say nothing about taking up the pen against you. Didn't say nothing about undermining your Constitution. which is what's going on now. They're ignoring your Constitution. They're ignoring the law. And if you don't get a Justice Department that really is going to stand up and this is something that I would like you all to think about as representatives. What is the point of making a person stand up and take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, if you're not going to hold them to account if they break that oath? What is the point of what is the point of taking an oath? When you stand up in court and say, they ask you to raise your hand, do you swear or solemnly swear or affirm that you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And if they catch you lying, they hold you accountable.
Right, perjury.
It's called perjury.
Mm-hmm.
If a person, y'all need to seriously think about a law that if a person willfully and knowingly violate the Constitution that's in the government, they should be removed from government immediately.
They should.
They should be removed from government immediately. Like I said, if knowingly and willfully they do it, that's grounds to remove them from government, because the Constitution is America. Without the Constitution, there is no America. There is no United States.
True.
Most people, they don't know that. They think that white makes right. No. You saw that in that uprising. There was white people beating on white police officers and saying, take his gun and kill him. The Constitution is what makes United States.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the Word of God. The Word of God makes righteous people. Not what you call yourself. You know, and if you throw that away, ain't no righteous. Ain't no right and ain't no wrong. Throw the Constitution away and there is no law. Don't uphold the Constitution and it is no law. So, you know, I mean, you got a crisis going on in this country, and y'all in the government, man. I hope you're paying attention.
We are.
I really do. I hope you're paying attention. Like I said, invite them to come on and talk to the people. Get to know the people that you claim you care about, or get to know the people that you hate so much. Get to know them.
Mm-hmm.
And you may discover that you fighting against the wrong one.
True.
Fight injustice. Fight wrong. Don't make things personal. Because the minute you start fighting persons, you're doing something that the Word of God even said we don't wrestle with flesh and blood. We wrestle with powers and principalities and against the rulers, the minds of the darkness of this world. Anyway, the Constitution in one of the preambles, in part of the preamble, it says to establish justice.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't say to establish injustice, it said to establish justice. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more complete union, a more perfect means more complete. The union the Constitution. People thinking alike. They
Since you said thinking alike, let me add this to it. You know, as we all know, the Supreme Court is a lifetime job, and you look at the lifetime job about the appointment of what Trump had appointed. That means we got a lifetime that we want to really deal with something because. And some of those that folks, so that means we got a lot to deal with.
Well, the sad thing
like
is,
if they think alike, if some of them is not going to be in our favor.
well, just remember something. Even though he got he appointed a lot of young people that was thinking like him, people that was once skinhead, and as they got older, they realized that, hey, wait a minute, that ain't it, man. There's remember Tookie, the brother that they arrested
from Aberdeen.
Yeah, the one that was started the Crips. As he got older, he was wrong. Not because he was in jail, but he realized that he was thinking wrong. Where the country messed up, where the people let the young people down, was they knew that Donald Trump was not qualified to be the president of the United States. They knew it. And many of them said they was going to hold their nose and vote for him because they didn't want Miss Clinton. And trashed this country. He made this country the laughing stock of the world. And the only one that would be happy about it is those who've been secretly saying the South will rise again.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's time now for all people of goodwill to stand up and be counted. You know, you can't serve God and the devil. You can't serve good and evil. You got to stand for one or the other. If you're for justice, you are for right. You know, if I'm your enemy, you're gonna know it because I'm gonna tell you. Because that's what men do. You know, men don't fake it like that. I can't pretend to go along with you on something that I don't agree with. I just can't do it. Adults. A man's supposed to stand for something.
True.
So, you know, this country made a great error, and now they got to try to recover from it. And recovering is harder than it looked. I don't know how many people. Y'all need to investigate some, and then maybe you may understand why people ain't changing.
Right.
They done already been bought and paid for, man. Anyway, so I'll say this, you know, like I say about the Nation of Islam. It fell because those who was in there wasn't about what they claimed they was about. So, you know, pretension ain't the way. Representative Thompson,
yes, sir.
you get to you know, this is your forum, bro. So whatever you want to bring up, if it's up to you.
Well, I don't have anything else, but I'll definitely be calling back.
All right. Then we thank you for gracing us with your presence. And
well, no, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. You know, I'm from the old school. It's best to be axed up than axed down.
Well, brother, we we want you to come back, and whenever to get a message out to the diaspora people, you welcome. We on the internet and everywhere right now, so
Okay, I'll definitely do that.
And tell the others that this forum is open for them. All right.
I sure will. Look, I'll tell them about it.
All right.
Given the information, if they don't use it, it's on them.
Yes, sir. It's on there. If I make it available to one, it's available to all. I'm not going to, as long as they don't mind answering some questions, if people have questions for them. Let's don't talk at each other. Let's talk to each other.
That's it. That's it.
Brother Jamar will be faxing you all my numbers.
Okay.
I don't know if you.
I'll be looking forward to
stuff handy right now, but just in case you do, my number, my cell phone is 601-786-1332. My land.
Okay, do it now.
601-786-1332. That's my cell phone.
Got it.
My landline. My landline. Answer these with me. 601-786-9742. And if it's late or say 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, or early in the morning, you can call that landline. And
okay.
And you call me anytime. Don't.
I sure will.
It's no problem. All right.
I will.
Okay.
All right. It was a pleasure tonight. And
same here, brother. And may Allah continue to bless you and our legislature with decent hearts.
Thank you.
And minds, and keep you safe.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Good night.
Now, before I go any further, we it's nice to talk to people who are down to earth and are not into their titles so much, but recognize that it's like as I was attending the white coat ceremony at UMC, they reminded all of the students that no matter how heavy you think you done got with the medical knowledge and all of that, and then you're gonna have that. But always remember, you are serving other human beings just like yourself. And if you forget that you're a human being and start thinking that just because you have some knowledge that other people don't have, that makes you somehow better. You may be better equipped to handle problems that are medical problems, but you're just a human being that's better equipped with something. Like a fireman is better equipped to go and fight a fire than you are. And he's there serving people because his knowledge makes him better able to. And and it's just like with me. I'm the son of man, yeah, but I'm a human being, and I never forget that. And I always try to remember that that's the only difference in me and other human beings is that I have knowledge and am born for a purpose that they don't have and wasn't born for. That's why the scripture referred to me as the only begotten Son of God. S-U-N. You know it couldn't have meant S-O-N, because the scripture says there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. Huh? No, I'm the only begotten S-U-N of God. I'm the only one that the true understanding of the Holy Scriptures has been revealed to. I'm the only one that Allah made and gave permission to go into the Scriptures, and He's guiding me to where to connect one scripture with another, view the understanding of it. I'm the only man that can do that, and the only one that will ever do. And it is not something for me to get proud over. It is simply a fact of life. Somebody had to be it, it just happened to be. So I want you to remember that you have to think that when the scripture says that every false word that men shall speak, they shall give account of it. When you hear me playing back people's own words, like Minister Farrakhan, ain't no sense you getting mad. Because those are his words. And the scripture cannot be made a lie. You notice, go and get some of my words. If I've been speaking false, you ought to be able to find something that I done said that I'm contradicting. Huh? You are. I want you to hear these things. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, just like when I was looking for that thing with Muhammad Ali, talking about Malcolm, the way he was talking about it when he asked the people asked him about Malcolm, and he said, "Which Malcolm are you asking me about? The one that was following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the one that was doing the right thing, or you asking me for the one who diverted? Huh?" They got quiet because he gave them an answer that they was not expecting. See, you trying to make Malcolm into something that he was not. Malcolm did not become a famous great man on his own. He became a famous and great man as long as he was under the guidance of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It's like a lot of people, they think that I don't have ministers and things because I somehow could be, somebody might be smarter than me or whatever. And that's the last thing that I'm worried about. I saw what happened to people that was given a little of the knowledge. I remember that Master Farad Muhammad told the messenger, he said, if you can find one that you can teach it all to, I will widen your circle. Well, notice the words. If you can find one that you can teach it all to. Huey Newton, for instance. They went through Muhammad's temple. Huey Newton, before the Black Panthers came out, them boys went through the temple. and got a little of the messenger's teaching. The next thing you know, he out there trying to lead somebody. Huh? He dropped out of school. And that's what the teaching that belongs in God will do to someone who it don't belong in. Just like you take 220 volts, a 220 volt receptacle, and you plug a 110 or 120 appliance into it. It may run real hard for a minute, but it burn up because it was not made to handle that. See? If it was not, think for a moment. Now, I want you to give me a truthful answer. If I was not here reproving that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught the truth, who would still believe in him? Come on. Who would still even think he was relevant? I'm the only one who can verify the messengers of God. I'm the only one. I'll show you. I mean, it's not like you got to look and look and look and look and no, you ain't got to do no whole bunch of looking. All you got to do is be honest. Let's see here. Now, as I told you the meaning of Minister Farrakhan's name, it means forger of lies who hid himself. Fari means forger of lies. Khanis means he hid himself. You remember the messenger said, "What are you hiding back there behind the sycamore tree for? Come on out here where the people can see you." He never told Minister Farrakhan the meaning of his name. If he had told him, Farrakhan would have knew that the messenger saw him all the time. Minister Farrakhan, he would stand up and make up something, make up teachings, call himself helping people believe in the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But you don't have to lie or make up a fairy tale to get people to believe in God's messenger. All you have to do is tell them the truth. And those who seek truth will accept truth. Do you understand? But I mean, every time you look at Minister Farrakhan and listen to him, you could hear him say things that contradicted not only himself, but especially himself, but he'd contradict the messenger. As the messenger he said he was sitting at the messenger's table and the messenger said to him, he said, brother, they say, oh, brother. He said, but you something like myself. You don't pay no attention to it. You keep on doing good. But in his mind, he was blaming the messenger because the messenger had said, when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. And he couldn't understand why the messenger would say that, but he was already a hypocrite. He stand up and give a different spiel about what he did when he first saw the messenger. And every time he would, get up and say his first meeting with the messenger, once he said he was sitting there and the messenger was speaking, he said, well, his verb and subject agreement is just not right. And he said, and as soon as I thought it in my mind, he looked right up in my face and said, brother, I didn't go to that fine school that you went to. He said, when I went to school, the teacher was dismissing a class. And I wondered, he heard me thinking like that. I'm just paraphrasing. And he said, I leaned back forward and he was still looking up. He said, yes, brother, I didn't go to that fine school that you went to. He said, don't pay attention to how I'm saying it. Pay attention to what I'm saying. That never happened. Messenger never said that to him. That was something he made up. Sounded good. I remember once he said when he was a boy, before he heard Islam, he prayed that for the destruction of America. No, he didn't. And then when he talked about Malcolm, when he was at one of them things for Malcolm, he said that he went to buy a movie ticket and he had a $20 bill in his. When he went to pay for the ticket, they said, we don't serve Negroes. This ain't open to Negroes here. He walked down the street with his $20 bill in his hand. Said, oh God, destroy America. Yeah, he's lying. It's but he said it in his mind, it was helping people to believe. But the messenger didn't stand up and lie to us to get us to believe. I ain't stand up and lie to you to get you to believe in nothing up to you. If I got to lie to you, then I ain't the Son of Man. I'm what I look like stand up lying to you. What happens when you find out that I didn't tell you the truth? Huh? You gone then? Huh? You said, why'd you lie to me? Well, I was trying to help you, but well, what else did you lie about? That's just like when people get on the witness stand in court. If they catch you in one lie, and you say, well, they catch you in it, and make you fess up, and say, well, what else did you say that wasn't the truth? Huh? Now here, they called the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a liar, but they didn't say it like that. They just say he didn't teach us real Islam, or true Islam. Well, if he didn't teach us true Islam and he said he was teaching us Islam, and he said, I have a new Islam for you. He was lying, according to you. Then why don't you come in here and show me that I'm believing in a lie? No, you lied and said you believed in him. And the minute you were tried for your belief, you started disbelieving. You did not believe that after him, God would come. And he told you that God was among us. He said, our Savior has arrived. And he said that in 1973, Savior's Day. And I was at that Savior's Day. Not in the frame of mind that I'm in now. I was dead then. But I was there. I ain't dead now. You don't hear no Caucasian people. And when I say Caucasian, I mean it can be white, yellow, or brown. Don't make no difference. You don't hear none of them call themselves arguing with me. Arguing with me about what? I know the truth. And welcome you to come in here and call yourself arguing with me. I'm not that little 22-year-old, 23, 24-year-old child I was in 1975. You're dealing with a 70-year-old man now that have had 40 years to get ready for you. "40 long nights." So I have things here. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. In the theology of time, we got a little time, so I'm gonna share these things with you. Now, in the theology of time, let's see. Give me a minute.
I love this man. And I grieve over my leader. Because God has never had a man that he gave the job that this man was given by Allah. And it's a shame that with a city full of people and a country full of people that we won't rise up and help them. But we sit around and wait for him to work and we eat off of what he works. Instead of laboring with him and for him of the dead. Yes, you may be angry, but I'm happy to tell you the truth. Whether you like that truth or not, this is God's messenger. And I warn you that every one of us will pay and pay a dear price. My brothers and sisters, the book said he's a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense for both parties. Muhammad teaches us that Israel represents the white race. This man, Elijah Muhammad, is a stumbling stone. America is stumbling over little. As Pharaoh stumbled over Moses. Pharaoh lost his government because he didn't to heed the warning in the mouth of an ex-slave. Some of you are just like your white masters. So proud over your ignorance, so lofty in your foolishness. You have your degrees, but a fool on top of it. And a fool is as a fool does. Have done nothing with it. If you have a people are hungry, naked, and out of doors, and your degree has not qualified you to help the black man to help himself, then your degree is a yoke around your neck that is dragging you down into the pit of hell. Black man, are you stumbling over Elijah Muhammad? Why did you stumble over him? Because he didn't have a degree from Yale or Radcliffe? Because he speaks the language as you think he should speak it? I want to tell you that Elijah Muhammad is a master of the English language. I want to tell you that Elijah Muhammad was speaker ever to live. He's eloquent because his speech is effective. You can use big, you can talk loud but say nothing. When he speaks to life, that's an eloquent man. When he speaks, the blind eyes come open, the deaf hear, and a lame man will walk. That's an effective speaker. That's an eloquent man. That's Elijah Muhammad. Oh, he's a stone of stumbling for both houses. And the children of Israel who love the white man, they're black self. But the book says he's a gin and a snare and a trap for the inhabitants of Jerusalem. You know, when God wants to punish you, he puts something of value on you. He's that, and he watches how you treat it.
When God, if God want to do something, he do it. When Allah is about to punish you, warning first. You notice before a sword come up on the land, a tornado, hurricane, whatnot, don't you get warning? Huh? You see, before the flood, didn't the people get warning? Didn't they? When the angels was visiting, and Lot was standing there telling me, say, "Hey man, I got daughters here now. You do what you please with them, but not my guests. Don't you? Don't you do that." Didn't he warn them? But they refused to see and let him make them see. So when the angels told Lot, "Come on inside," they smote them with blindness. Because all of them was blind. The only one could see was Lot. Huh? And they wearied themselves to find the door. They didn't have no other way out. Lot was told, "Get out of here. We're going to destroy this place in the morning." And but warning had been given, hadn't it? But the people didn't pay no attention. Just like I warned you about Donald Trump, didn't I? I warned all of you. Stood right here and told you, you don't want to put him in there. Didn't I tell him that? Okay. All right. But now, Minister Farrakhan, he stand up there. You would think he was the strongest believer in the messenger, wouldn't you? I mean, listen at it.
You know, that's terrible, right? Some people say, I'm so honored. I'm close to the messenger, right? I don't know about that. That's not such a good position to be in, unless you recognize who it is that you're close to. Right? See, that's a dangerous position for a blind person to be in. That's a for a fool to be in. You don't want to get too close. make mistakes. My dear brothers and sisters, you know when they say he's a jinn and a snare, I looked up the word jinn. It means a trap set for game. Right. The little messenger of God has been set in your midst. And I'll tell you how you think about him traps you. If you got an evil thought in your head about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, your thought sets a trap for you. And he who set him here will absolutely be the one to have to take an evil thought against the messenger will get you hell. Now, what do you think about those who try to fight him and oppose him? Nobody who opposes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad will be successful. He's in your city. Say to you, carry him on your shoulder. Hold Muhammad up high. Make the world to respect. If you don't, Allah will. I'm thankful to Almighty God Allah that He blessed me to meet with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I've been looking for this man all the days of my life who would help the black man. I didn't know where he was. I didn't know who he was. I knew that if God were just and He sent Moses to deliver Hebrews in Babylon and Jesus after the Jews, God is just. He would send somebody after us.
See how he stood up there and told that lie? He's like, no, he wasn't. A dead man can't look for nobody. If he was looking for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he wasn't dead. He was not mentally dead. I didn't hear you. How could I stand up here and tell you that I was waiting on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or looking for somebody to come and help us? I wasn't looking for nobody. There ain't no sense me standing up here lying. I was looking for this man all the days of my life that I can remember. Now, remember that. Now, check this out. Because if you was looking for him, and he showed up, you accepted him, right? I didn't hear you. I want to finish.
I searched for this man. I didn't know that I would find him one day, but I was looking for him. I love black people, and I hate to see black people suffering under this.
Ain't no sense in me lying. I ain't love no black people no more than I cared about anybody else. Do you understand? Ain't no Negro even wanted to be black when I was growing up. So I know they didn't want to be black when Farrakhan was growing up. He was older than me. I didn't hear you. But what do you mean he loves black people? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had to convince us to call ourselves black and had to convince us to care something about each other. We all said this. If you're black, get back. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're mellow. And if you're white, you're right. Do that sound like you love black? And we all used to say, you could call somebody a nigga. Hey, nigga, where you been? And they say, oh, man, I've been around here. It's a party around the corner here. Hey, you black nigga. Hey, what did you call me? That's what say, oh, you black nigga. Hey, if you call him a black nigga, he's ready to fight. Huh? even if he was brown. But you call somebody black, you've been ready to fight. Huh? See, y'all don't know nothing about that. But I bet you Farrakhan, let him hear me saying that. He know about it. Now you stand up there talking about he loved black people. He did not love black people. The only one that really loved black people was one who had a spark of life in him. And that was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Because he was the Elijah that the scripture was talking about. So the light wasn't all the way gone with him. Remember, when he was a little boy, when he got big enough, just still, my mother used to call me her knee baby, because that's I still sit on her lap from when I was 3 years old. I was her knee baby, and we was on the train and whatnot going out here. But when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got big enough, they used to take him up into the pulpit and set him up there with his father, because they knew something was different about him. And he used to love to hear people preach. You notice he made a lot of ministers and used to come out and sit and listen to them preach, didn't he? He wasn't lying when he said he liked to hear people preach. He was telling the truth. He said he used to sit down while he was having what they was calling breakfast when he got up to manhood. And he used to sit trying to read the Bible, and he would start crying because he couldn't understand what he was, and he knew he couldn't understand what the book said. And I wept much, found worthy to open the book. Huh? But he wasn't standing up making up something. Now he's standing up talking about he's been looking for this man all his life. Huh? Fine. Just listen. Look, any of you all that think I'm telling other than the truth on the minister, you can come in and I'll listen to you, and you give me your proofs that I'm wrong, and I will correct myself, and I will give you that $50,000 that I said I would give you. I'll give you a check for it this evening. But you better know what you're talking about.
I set my heart to search for this man. I didn't know that I would find him one day, but I was looking for him. I love black people, and I hated to see black people suffering under this enemy. Before I knew Islam, I prayed for God to destroy America. I hated America for what America had done to black people. And when I found this man, Elijah Muhammad, and heard his mouth, I knew that this was a man I'd been looking for all my life. So,
now you heard that, right? All right. Now, let's see here.
She got up first. And I said, now don't go. Let me check it out first.
Is a great woman. Meet Mother Khadijah, the minister's wife, who led him to the Nation of Islam over 50 years ago.
I heard that she had visited the temple, and I said, now don't go. Let me check it out first. But she had already gone. And she and I went, and we heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. She got up first and joined. I'm still sitting down. my uncle came with his West Indian accent and said, "Get up. You see, your wife done gone and join up. What wrong with you? Get up." So I got up.
When we return,
That ain't what he said happened. He said the minute he heard him, he knew that this was the man he'd been looking for. Right? Now you see why the messenger named him Farrakhan? All right. All right. That's see, you have to look. Let me tell you something. You can't just say stuff now. All of these tape recorders and that, you can just say stuff if you telling the truth. But if you ain't telling the truth, your lie gonna find you out. You're gonna forget what lie you told. But that tape recorder ain't gonna forget. Huh? You know Donald Trump let himself off the hook. When he was running for office, he read the snake to him. I didn't hear you. You're on the way to work one morning in a path by the lake. Old woman passed by a poor half frozen snake. Huh? And in the end, the snake bit the woman. Like in the end, he bit you and tried to overthrow your government. Huh? And like his wife, everybody was worried about poor Melania. Melania was right on board with everything that was going on. And, when her aide asked her, do you want to say something to me to get the people to stop this? She said no. No, she didn't want to say nothing. She was in on it. And you knew he was a snake when you put him in there. And he read this to you, and he said, "Does that make sense to you?" I didn't hear you. But how come ain't none of his defenders coming in here telling me how I got it wrong? Okay, now you heard Minister Farrakhan sit there and tell a whole different thing about how his wife stood up, but he didn't. Right? Now, he been playing the messenger's statement back in 1972 about everywhere you see him, look at him. Well, the messenger, as he said, I'm far from that man that just wanted to be seen and heard. Huh? But he told you about where with Farrakhan, he said, everywhere you see him, look at him. Everywhere you hear him, listen to him. Why? Because he just wants to be seen and heard. You could tell that by when you'd hear the messenger teaching and he'd be the loudest, you could hear his mouth over everybody. That's right, dear apostle. That's right, dear apostle. Teaching. Huh? And only one that I say was louder than him was his brother we used to call Bear Witness Lee. Lee would walk in the temple. Minister Kareem would be standing up there teaching, and Lee would holler out, "Go on, talk, man!" And everybody would look around. Even the minister would stop and look at him. He was so loud with it. But that's what it was to them. It was just fun. Like the party or whatever. They just making noise and clapping hands. couldn't believe that a little black man was standing up talking like he was talking that tough to white folks and they didn't kill him. They never actually believed what the man was teaching. That's why it was so loud in there. When you really interested in trying to learn what someone is teaching, you're not making noise. You taking mental notes, you a pad there or whatever. You listening. But you'd have people walking up and down the floor, captains and lieutenants. Bear witness, brother, bear witness. In other words, he couldn't say, make noise, brother, make noise. But in the Holy Quran, it says what that meant. It says that they say, make noise therein, perhaps we will overcome. You understand? But they didn't say make noise. They said bear witness. That's just another way of saying make noise. But now you heard him contradict himself, right? I know you. All right. I mean, y'all got microphones, but you don't use them, so I have to ask you what you're saying. But anyway, I want to get to this this other thing here, where I don't want you to forget what the messenger said about, as you heard Minister Farrakhan say about what the messenger said about him.
Because there's got to be an action that comes behind prayer of your crying out to God. If you pray and don't work, then the prayer means nothing. And if it's just me, holy, but not to make us free, I don't want to be no damn holy slave. I want to be a holy free man. And that's what religion don't make me kill my friend. If he won't tell I fulfill my if religion won't crucify me, only effort of fighting like hell with every ounce of power that I have for my liberation and goddamn religion.
You see, when you think, because as it is written, thou shalt not kill. You know, Allah gave us the right of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. But he also said, whosoever foregoes it, it shall be an expiation for him. You know, an open show of righteousness and uprightness, as long as you're not cowardly. You know, well, I have found that when you truly are non-aggressive, not a coward, but non-aggressive, but people know that you will defend yourself, people leave you alone. Bullies only are bullies to people who are afraid of them. Did you hear what I said? Don't be walking around threatening people. You don't need to threaten anyone if people know that you're not afraid. So you know, lions don't go when they hungry. They don't go looking for no Bengal tiger. You understand? He ain't looking for no fight. He looking for a meal. And he know if he run into that tiger, he looking for he gonna get a fight, and he might become a meal. So just treat others as you want to be treated. And for the most part, you won't have to worry about nobody bothering you. Unless they done lost their mind. So, anyway, and you listen to this. Now, here Minister Farrakhan confessing.
The God were liberators. And I know that they fought for the freedom of the people, so true religion is always on the side of the oppressor.
Now, God were liberators. If you in my words, then are you my disciples in your deeds, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall liberate you. The truth shall make you free. To liberate means to set free. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if the book says that the truth will liberate you, do that sound like the gun shall liberate you? Did it say the sword shall liberate you?
No, sir.
But did it say the truth shall liberate you?
Truth.
What did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach us? He told that you heard him talk about the gun. He said, we don't pick up no guns. You ain't got nothing to fight this devil with. You getting the gun from the devil. Are you that stupid to think that you can get something to fight the devil with from the devil, and the devil gonna give you something that you can win with? I didn't hear you.
No, sir.
God gave them dominion over the fowl of the air, over the fish of he fly faster than any bird. He go higher than any, and he can put a tracking device on any bird. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, so he have dominion over the fowl of the air. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The fish of the sea, he tagged whales, and he tagged the biggest one, he tagged the sharks, he tagged whatever he want to tag. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Over the earth, I mean, he done broke the earth up into grids. Longitude, the Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yes. And they were trying to figure out what them things represented. And one of them said, "Oh, these is grid marks, huh? Grid coordinates. Is that right?"
Yes, sir.
And so he can pinpoint a place on the planet because Allah gave him the knowledge of how to do it. Let them have dominion over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, over the cattle. You see him put tags in the cattle's ear. Cattle get sick. He know how to make him well. He know how to make the cow produce more milk. Huh?
Yes, sir.
He have dominion over the cattle. And he says, and over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth. When you're creeping, you're moving slow, ain't you? I didn't hate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That virus, it creep inside of us by us carrying it around, right?
Yes, sir.
And he gave him dominion over that. That's why he can produce vaccines, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, but he forgot. He didn't study. He didn't. At least some of these dummies done forgot that the Lord giveth. Job told him that. Huh? You remember when the devil was trying to get Job to denounce God? And you heard devil come in here and curse me to my face, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Because it's being taken from him now. And he did just what he said that Job would do. If you take it from him, he'll curse you to your face. Huh?
Yes, sir.
He was projecting his heart onto Job. Right?
Right.
Okay. Well, that's why they come in here and cuss me to my face. Because the kingdom is being taken from him. It's just like he mad as hell because I'm standing up here talking for hours and hours and hours, and he can't have nothing to argue about. In fact, the things I'm talking about, he have not a clue. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now he done had his 6,000 years. And you remember when he took Jesus up into his mountain of knowledge and showed him all the kingdom and said, all this power was delivered unto me? Huh? He didn't have no problem acknowledging that it was given to him. But somehow he done convinced himself that he can make war on the one who gave it to him. And I told you before you got started that you think you're going to fight me. No, you ain't. You're going to be fighting each other. I told you that. Now, what are you doing? Come on. What did you see on worldwide TV on January the 6th?
They fighting each other.
You think you can have unity and exclude God? You're a fool. God is the author of love. Only love makes people able to have unity. Stupid. It's just like you who sit up at home where you sit there laughing and going on and having a good old time insulting me. You and your wife gonna want to kill each other before it's over with. You mark my words. And if you ain't careful, you're gonna do it. Ain't no love where ain't no God. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Allah comes between people and their heart's desire. It's just like these walking around here hating me for no reason. Got every reason to love me, but instead they hate me. Okay. All right. Right on. Anyway, let's move on here. I want you to hear these things.
Humphrey became the national spokesman for Elijah Muhammad. Went right up into Malcolm's place.
No, he didn't. Now he's talking to Malcolm X's memory. And you notice he said, I came right up, I became the national spokesman for Elijah Muhammad. Notice he didn't say the Honorable Elijah Muhammad then. You understand? Listen. What are you doing at a dinner honoring Malcolm? Let's see here. Let's back that up just a little bit.
I didn't want Malcolm Flynn. I love him. I love him. Went right up into Malcolm Flynn. I didn't want Malcolm Flynn. I lied of the oppressed against the oppressed. I'm finished. I became the national spokesman for Elijah Muhammad. Went right up into Malcolm Flynn. I didn't want Malcolm Flynn. I love him.
Just a moment. Let me catch this stuff up here. This thing here kind of.
Here was I over Malcolm Temple. Here was I in the city, New York. And then my trouble began. Because the same jealousy that twisted and hurt Malcolm.
Now, it's very important that you listen close. Same jealousy that twisted Malcolm was now directed at Brother Farrakhan. He speaks of himself in the third party now. So, watch this now.
Was now directed at Brother Farrakhan. The more I am popular, the more intense the vicious talk about this my peace. There wasn't a to that I didn't hear what my brothers were saying against me, about me, while I worked 18 hours of the cause of Islam and denied my life and
listen to the way he put that. Don't no patriot talk like that. A patriot does not consider his patriotism as a denial of his wife and his children and whatnot, because he's doing what he's doing because of his love of his country and of his family. Do you understand that? Well, if you ain't no patriot, you don't understand that. But, I don't consider me doing what men do, which is provide security and provide the things, the necessities and the good things of life for your loved ones. I don't consider that denying them. What can I do? What can I do sitting up looking at my babies and they hungry or raggedy? What good is me sitting there looking at them? I need to be out somewhere making sure that they don't go hungry. I need to make sure that they don't be out of doors. I need to make sure that they are not raggedy. And I need to make sure that they are secure. That's what men do. I remember that song. I always thought that it was. You notice I don't play them kind of songs, but if I had it right now, I need to play it, because that's the way a lot of Negroes, men, Negro males was thinking. All my friends call me a fool. They say Let the woman take care of you. Mhm. So I try to be hip and think like the crowd, but not even the crowd can help me now. Huh? What kind of man want to sit up at home and let a woman take care of him? A man don't. But that a slave that's been reconditioned, he doing something big by letting the woman take care of him. He done traded places with the woman. The woman done traded places with the man. That's what the black community was turned into a matriarchal society. Men, as a salesman come up and say, I got this product here that I need. He said, well, let me check with my wife. Let me check with my wife. That's rich, ain't it? I didn't hear you. Honey, can we? No, we don't need that. Well, my wife said no. That's how our communities was. Man, and you want to come up to me and call yourself running the real man down? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the only real black man in this country. My daddy ain't never had the nerve that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had. Because my daddy didn't never have the knowledge that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had. But no Negro in America had the nerve that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had. Because Allah was with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not with the rest of us. Master Farad Muhammad taught 25, by the time he left here, he had raised up over 25,000 followers right there in Detroit, I was told. Daddy Grace, Father Divine, and all them crooks. That's what they did with the teaching. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the only one that Master Farad Muhammad saw that was worth teaching it all to. Because the rest of them, all they wanted was stuff. They didn't really care about their people. They just wanted stuff. I mean, it wasn't all their fault. I'm not, understand something. I'm saying this to let you understand that I understand what's been going on. Our people were deprived of the necessities of life and were even in so-called freedom, was kept in slavery by the one who paid their salaries, knew how much to charge for everything to make sure that if they bought food, clothes, and shelter, they'd be broke and they had to keep working for him. Do you understand? And so our people, their idea of happiness was everything that they couldn't reach. They thought that would bring them happiness if they could reach it. Tricked again. Just steady being tricked. That's why the first thing you see when one of us get a little money, he start collecting cars, or he start buying a bunch of jewelry and buying all kind of stuff. And pretty soon they stop even buying that stuff because they done found out it ain't about nothing. Then they walk around looking like a hobo. Look how many wealthy people walking around with their pants sagging and looking like he ain't got nothing. Wealthy. That's someone who's been disillusioned. Now he just don't care about nothing no more because he's got a empty spot that can't nothing fill. No amount of money and nothing else can fill it. He don't realize he's an incomplete human being. The only thing that can complete us is Allah's spirit. That Lord from heaven, that mind from heaven. You got the mind from earth. He put that in white people, and white people put that in you. And you became a grafted white man. Everybody on the planet is grafted white people. They may not want to admit it. They're shooting at each other, ain't they? They're fighting the war between the North and the South, and that's the white man's history. That's you. You talking about they don't rule us? Yes, they do. They're in you. And the only one that can heal you is standing here talking to you. I'm the only one who can heal you, the only one who can heal them. And if they too stupid to let me heal them, well, then they ain't gonna have no mind after a while, just like you ain't gonna have none after a while. So just keep clowning. I told you I'll sit right here and watch all of you die.
Children of Father for a cause that I believe in. And so Malcolm's enemies just become, but Farrakhan made a mistake. I succumbed to a seed, and I so foolishly said, and wonder, my teacher jealous of me.
See, he didn't tell the whole teacher was jealous of him. He thought that he was jealous of him. As he said, he began to foolishly think, is my teacher? No, my teacher is jealous of me. Now, what made him think that Muhammad was jealous of him? He fell victim to what Malcolm fell victim to. Praise, but he didn't consider where it was coming from. Do you honestly think it means a lot to a scientist or a doctor when he gets praised by his patients? Scientists. They don't really mean anything to him is when his peers, people who are in the scientific community, or people who are in the medical profession that he respects as equals or as peers, when they praise him, it means something to him. But not when lay people do it. Somebody that has no real understanding to know whether or not what he is teaching or saying is accurate or not. Getting praise from them that's not something that you look for. It's just like teachers in elementary and junior high and high school. They don't care about no praise from some of their students. They know that student don't have the wisdom to fully appreciate whether they deserve praise or not. Do you understand? You know, so these people, they, but that's Farrakhan. He was sitting around the table, and some of the ministers was praising him. The same people that fell victim to WD's trickery and stuff, just like he did. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Why are you saying this, Farrakhan? If a confession is good for the soul. But you see, when you tell the truth, you help somebody else to see truth, even if the truth.
Now you see, he's confessing that he messed up too, like Malcolm, huh?
Yes, sir.
And yet you running around here talking about Farrakhan. If anybody ought to be mad, it ought to be me mad at you. But you following people who turned on him. So if I was you, you know what they say about people who live in glass houses? Don't try to throw stones. You know what that means? You know, generally people throw rocks from behind the house. But if your house made out of glass, don't you know people can see you throwing the rock? I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
And I can throw one rock and knock your whole house down just about. Mess up your house. If it's glass, I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
So you sure you want to come in here and call yourself picking a fight with me?
I love my leader and teacher.
He loves some of everybody, right? Well, you know, you better learn to love those that Allah loves. Because, you know, I ain't so close to nobody that you can start disobeying Allah's word and his teachings to me, and me and you gonna still be hanging out and whatnot. No, we ain't gonna be hanging out. You better stop treating Allah's word like it's unimportant. If Allah gave us how to eat to live, you better follow that. If Allah gave us how we should conduct ourselves with other people, treat others as you want to be treated, you better follow that. And I better follow it too. I ain't gonna tell you that I don't mess up sometimes. Yes, I do. But Allah took that into account when he chose me. And he told me, he said, you give them warning from me, and in so doing, you will deliver your soul. Huh? Why? Because you was perfect, and I put you back in that. As the messenger said, he will sacrifice his servant to try to get to us. That's what he said. So I'm the sacrifice. Which is fine with me. If it's fine with Allah, it's fine with me.
Because my leader was so far seeing
he looked at me one day at the table when everybody was praising Farrakhan. He hit the table. Yes, he's very well known, all right. So that when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him.
So when he turns hypocrite on me, him. Not if he turns. He said, so when he turns. And at that point, when the messenger hit the table, because they was praising Farrakhan, and the messenger messed it up by saying, yes, he's very well known, all right. So that when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. And that's when Farrakhan said he's just jealous because they praising me. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And he thought to himself, why he say that? Well, you understand.
Sir.
Okay.
Hit me like a, what is this? What did he say this for? But he saw way down the line, even as Jesus saw Peter. He knew I was going to deny him. He saw it.
Now, they say that the messenger prayed that he would return. No, the messenger did not pray that he would return. The messenger prayed that he would not turn on him. You're not allowed to pray for hypocrites. Once a person becomes a hypocrite, you don't offer prayers for them. You can't even stand by the grave of a hypocrite. According to Allah. Jesus didn't pray for hypocrites. He said, woe unto you, scribes, Pharisees, hypocrites. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Now you want to come up here and get up and jumping up all in my face over a hypocrite. Somebody who claimed to believe, and when they was tried, they disbelieved. That don't work for me.
And he prayed for me. And he told me that I would return.
Minister Abdul, and he prayed that he would not go. Huh? But he went.
Only because his prayers were found worthy in the sight of Allah.
And I came to the understanding that WD was only doing what he was born for. The messenger said, I need both a wrecker and a builder. Because that's what he was supposed to do. Do you understand? I stopped being mad at him a long time ago because I understood. I would tell people, hey, you don't want to follow him. The man lied to you when he said that the messenger was getting you ready for Orthodox Islam. No, he was not. The messenger said that he was here to present a new Islam to you. Certainly, if you're going to have all things new, it didn't say except religion. It says, behold, I make all things new. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
So, let's look at it a little further here. We might have to go a little over this evening. I feel like teaching.
I'm finished now.
Up to 2 months before he left us, around people were all of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's major ministers. And it was brought up because Elijah Muhammad said, and it was well.
They said it again. Elijah Muhammad said, and it was well known in the nation that one was rising that would make what Malcolm did look like child's play. The messenger said, when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. Huh? All right.
One would rise that would make Malcolm's opposition to the messenger look like child's play. And everybody was focusing on me. And I from one end of this country to another, but I never paid it no attention. When people spoke evil of me, I doubled the good that I would do. And the messenger said to me one day, he said, brother, they speak awful things about you, brother, but you something like myself. You don't pay no attention to it, just keep on doing good.
He didn't pay no attention because already set that in motion. It was all his fault for sitting up there saying that when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. Now he won't come in here and try to speak. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So he didn't pay. He was thinking in his mind, if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be saying these evil things about me. But you the one said that when I turned hypocrite on you. But you was already a hypocrite. It's just like, let me show you what turn means. You notice, an orange start off green. It was an orange before it was changed colors. But eventually, it turns orange, don't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No. See, but it was orange when it was green. You see, so he was a hypocrite when he was standing up there saying that he said that I was looking for this man all the days of my life that I can remember. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true.
Liars.
What is a lie? It's a false statement that you make knowing that it's false. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the messenger heard him saying these things, and he was as good as calling the messenger a lie, because the messenger said we was all dead. Well, if he was looking for God to send somebody, if Minister Farrakhan was looking for God to send somebody, then he wasn't dead. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said he was so deep in the mud that Allah could hardly find him regally. And regally means keep his royal robes on, keep his righteousness on. He said, but he found him and pulled him out. And guess what the messenger said when he heard Master Farad Muhammad? Remember, he said he used to love to hear people preach. And when he would listen to his father preaching, he said that he thought he would be the third in the family. He said because his grandfather was a preacher and his father was a preacher, and he thought he would be the third in the family to rise up and correct these two men. What do you mean correct them? What he meant was he didn't never believe the understanding that they was given. Huh? Who thought that they could understand scriptures? Nobody argued with preachers. But Elijah did. before he heard Master Farad Muhammad, he had a spark of life in him enough to know that what his dad and them was teaching just wasn't it. Huh? And so when he heard Master Farad Muhammad, he walked up to him after the meeting was over. He said, I know who you are. He said, you're God himself. You're that Son of Man that the world have been expecting. And Master Farad Muhammad looked at him kind of sternly. Say, yes, but who knows that? And you. And later on, he said, he told him, don't tell nobody until after I'm gone. And he began teaching the messenger for approximately 3 years and 4 or 5 months. And that is the history of he and Master Farad Muhammad. And when Master Farad Muhammad took his leave, he said, he told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said, okay. He said, you don't need me anymore. And you. But who was the best knower? The messenger eventually realized that Master Farad Muhammad had deposited in him what he needed to find and raise the Son of Man from the dead that was somewhere in America here. Because he wouldn't even been over here if they hadn't seen the star that represented that it was time for my birth and coming. They saw my star, that 50,000 year binary star that was blue and beside a red one. And this is what it's just like most people, they don't understand that even though blue represents untrue, it also represents a false view. Because most people, they never really realize that when they look at all of the colors and the flowers and the plants and animals that they see all around them, they never actually see what's really there. They never realize that they are only looking at dust in another form. But, you know, that is... Anyway, that's what the natural world around us is. It is stardust. It is the dust of the elements. And it just keeps changing forms. And so you notice what sustains the life in that dust is it has to stay dipped in that red blood, blue beside red. I didn't hear you. Okay. So, but anyway, let's go a little bit further here.
Finally, I began to break. And I decided I would come to Chicago and gather all the national laborers around.
Now he gon' at the messenger's table. And he's going to teach on jealousy and envy because he thought his teacher was jealous of him. And he calling himself gonna have it out on the slide with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad by teaching on jealousy and envy, how it destroys from within and that kind of thing. And listen to him sit up at the messenger's table when actually the jealousy and the envy was in him, not in the messenger. It was in him. He thought he could take the messenger's place. And later on, he says that the messenger meant for him to take his place. When the messenger, when he told him that you take my place among the people, he was talking about all of the ministers that was around the country teaching. They was taking his place because he couldn't be in all them places at once. So they would teach what he wanted taught, and they would be taking his place with the people. Do you understand? But Farrakhan, he heard what he wanted to hear. In his mind, he thought that he could take the messenger's position. Do you understand? When the messenger had said, he said, ain't nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. I better tell you that. Why? So that when God comes, he don't have to ask, did you tell them that they wasn't supposed to be talking about no successor and all that kind of thing? So he told you that, and I know you, he told you that. So all of you that's run around here talking about you his successor, you just a successor lie. So listen.
And have it out. You see the Muhammad Speak newspaper? When Malcolm was doing great things for the nation, the New York Times would report it, the Chicago Tribune would report it, but the paper, his national newspaper, wouldn't have nothing to say about it.
The newspaper was entitled Speaks, not Malcolm Speaks. How did they? And it wasn't Farrakhan Speaks either. It was Muhammad Speaks. Then what do you mean his own newspaper wouldn't have nothing to say about the works that Malcolm was doing? Malcolm wasn't doing works on his own. He wasn't supposed to be. He was, everything he was doing, he was claiming he was helping the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So what did he need praise from the people for? The only one he should have been concerned about pleasing was the one he said he was helping. Is that right? But as with Negroes, you know, we got that whole history of being like crabs, you know. We see one do something. It's just like some of y'all know what I'm talking about. You get an idea and you scrounge up a little money to start selling jewelry. Next thing you know, you got all these people look like you. Oh, I can do that. They don't think about supporting you. They think about competing with you. Oh, and they steal your idea and they go and do. Next thing you know, ain't none of you making no money because you got too much competition. Do you understand? And they do it in every other field that you can think of. That's what we do. We don't see a brother or a sister open up something and support each other. We see them open up something and on a shoestring budget, and they say, "Oh, I can do that." Next thing you know, they out there trying to do the same thing. Instead of supporting you and helping you grow, they put you out of business by competition. Do you understand? But that's just the way it is. So what was he thinking? He thought he could, you know, if the messenger wasn't in the way, I could be in charge. Yeah, that's it. I remember when I first started, people was asking me, "Well, who gonna take it after you die?" That's what. I was still in my 20s. They was thinking about I would get questions like that when But who gonna take it when you die? So she said, well, good gracious, man, I just got here. But they're already thinking about my death. So that they can take it. Oh, boy. But that's what the white man did to us. That's that jealousy and envy that we couldn't stand to see one be lifted up until we could just figure out a way to pull him down. We say, I'll give it 6 months. We see our people, sometimes we'd see a black man, a woman try to open a business or whatever. Not only was he being fought by the people that's supposed to be setting wholesale prices, they jacked them up. Then his people tell him, they be sitting off on the side. That nigga ain't gonna last 6 months. You watch what I tell you. That's us. So I had to figure out a way to make it without you. And I couldn't do that if Allah wasn't with me. So if I wait on you to support what I'm doing, I wouldn't be able to do nothing. So Allah showed me how to do it. He said, my grace is sufficient for you. His grace is his wisdom, his knowledge, his understanding. You notice, you watch one of them nuclear subs. That sub can be going on top of the ocean. And them waves get boisterous and whatnot. He said, dive the boat. And level off at 150. And his grace just take him on through he just gracefully going through. He be storming up on top of there. He just gracefully going through it. Well, that's the way Allah have made my mind to do. His grace is sufficient to guide me through all of this terrible time that we're living in. And if you stay behind me, you will experience that grace. Listen, I ain't worried about these people thinking they stopping. You ain't stopping nothing I'm doing. Because you don't know what I'm doing. You the one get hung up on stuff. This stuff don't mean nothing to me. Only thing means something to me is Allah's word and his will, what he wants done. That's what means something to me.
I begin to see the same pattern develop with me. I said, man, what is this? So you can see how a seed is developing? So now I get ready to fight at the messenger's table. I never will forget it. All the national...
Fight who? Huh? You know who. But he wasn't going to fight him openly. He was going to pretend to be fussing at the laborers. But remember now, the laborers were the ones that were praising him. They didn't stop until the messenger said something. Remember that? Okay.
Around, I'm bringing it up about envy and jealousy and how it destroys from within. And the messenger knew what I was getting ready to get into. He hit the table with his hand, boom, and said, brother, Allah from the envy when he envied. And
the messenger was saying he was seeking refuge in Allah from the envy when he envied. And he got up and left. Ready to put a board up in the corner of the building to uphold that weight. He said, you have to put stress on it. And if it weakens under that stress, you throw it away and get another. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The messenger said, if you want to get a stone that you can build on, you have to put other stones on it. And if it cracked under the weight, you know that it's not able to uphold the weight. See, that's why the messenger said that every time, whenever a messenger is chosen, that the 12 go into council. And remember, I'm supposed to be the wonderful counselor, right? Well, then a wonderful counselor should not fear the counsel of Jesus or Moses or other counselors. And so when I go into their knowledge, if I can't understand what they're saying, then I'm not up to that job. Because what happens when I get a question on them who came before me, if somebody asks me a question on them and I can't answer, well, then something is wrong. A greater teacher, as Jesus said, my Father is greater than I am. A greater teacher is supposed to understand the teachers that were supposed to be lesser than him. I didn't hear you. So the messenger knew that I would understand his teachings eventually. He knew I didn't understand them at first, but eventually he knew I would grow into the understanding of them. And so that's what has happened. So all praise is due to Allah. And so Minister Farrakhan, he told on himself. And I'll let you hear something else here. Well, I'd like to...
Whose place did he say to take? Take my place. What is your place, Elijah? I am the Jesus to this people. Take my place, Peter. Take my place, Paul.
When did Jesus ever tell Peter or Paul to take his place? Jesus ain't never told none of them to take his place, did he?
No, sir.
And no messenger of God ever told people to take his place. When Moses tried to tell Aaron to take his place, Allah got angry with Moses and told him, no. Who have made man's mouth? When Moses said, I can't speak well, Aaron can speak. God said, who made man's mouth? Did not I, the Lord? He said, well then. And Moses kept on the Lord told him, he said, I tell you what, you can take Aaron with you, the Levite, your brother, when he comes, and he will be happy to see you. And he shall be to you for a spokesman. He shall be to you instead of a mouth. And you shall be to him instead of God. Huh?
Yes, sir.
And so that's how that went. But he's standing up there because he's trying to take the messenger's place. He even got them calling him dear holy apostle. Huh? You done heard him referring to Farrakhan as dear holy apostle? Yeah. But let me show you then. And I want you to hear something else from the messenger. And then I'll get back to Farrakhan. Let's see. See which one I want to. Yeah, the theology of time. Well, anyway, I got to find it. And this is the one where it's the 30th of July. Yes, July. Let's see. And this is a minute.
Today I have one of my biggest go home tonight and listen listen at what the radio is telling you. And if you give it, you are taking, you will say, Muhammad is telling me that you better run for my life. There is much more that I would like to say to you that you probably wouldn't have sufficient to listen. Because I could stand here the way I feel right now and tell you. I want you to, this is what I want you to be yourself and rule yourself. Don't jump off the floor now you get your diploma. Lest you come running back to me. Wait till I tell you that you can go for self. Don't try before you get this diploma or your degree if you have already gotten a diploma. Some part of this work over some part of this work. Get now your degree. I thank you and all the things that's been people that is visiting us this afternoon. And this is my house here. You'll find me here. I'm grateful and thankful to Allah for you. I want you to follow me to save your life. Go home tonight and listen at what the radio is telling you. Give it your attention, you will say, that you better run for my life. There is much more that I would like to say to you that you probably wouldn't have sufficient to listen. Because I want you to remember my greatest teacher going along. What do you hide behind me? You think about people, but come on out here where they can see you. Today, our national preacher, the preacher who don't mind going into Harlem, New York, one of the most worst towns in our nation, our city. It is our brother in Detroit and Chicago, New York. But I want you to remember, every week he's on the air, help me to reach those people that I can't get out of my house and go reach like these.
Check your messages.
I want you to pay good attention to his preaching. His preaching is a bearing of witness to me in what God has given to me. In the bounds of North, everywhere you hear him, everywhere you see him, look at him. Everywhere he advises you to go, go. Everywhere he advises you to stay from. So we are thankful to Allah for this great helper of mine, Minister Farrakhan. A proud man. If he can carry you, dropping you in, he don't say when he get on the other side to see what I have done. He tells you to see what Allah has done. He don't take it upon himself. He's a mighty fine preacher. We heard him every week. And I say continue to hear our minister. If he can carry you across the lake without dropping you in, he don't get on the other side to see what I have done. He tells you to see what Allah has done. He don't take it upon himself. He don't say when he get on the other side to see what I have done. He tells you to see what Allah has done. He don't take it upon himself. He's a mighty fine preacher. We heard him every week. And I say continue to hear our minister Farrakhan. He don't take it upon him. He's a mighty fine preacher. We heard him every week. They continue to hear our minister Farrakhan.
Whose place did he say to take? Take my place. What is your place, Elijah? I am the Jesus to this people. Take my place, Peter. Take my place, Paul. You looking for dead people in the past when a living man is in front of you and you can't see. Now I want you to think. You will never hear me talk like this again. But I want this tape everywhere.
Well, I'm playing it.
Take my place. What does that mean? You think it just means live in his house? You think it just means ride in a limousine?
Who did the messenger say was coming after him? Did he say somebody's going to come and take his place?
No, sir. He said nobody but coming after me but God. I better tell you that.
He said there ain't nobody coming behind me but God. I better tell you that. Why did he say he better tell you that? Because he knew what they was going to be trying to say and knew what they was going to be doing. And he had to say something to get it off of him. You understand? So if he said ain't nobody coming behind me but God, well, he didn't say but Farrakhan, did he? Notice now, the Holy Scripture says, the Son of Man is Lord, even of what day?
The Sabbath day.
And the Scripture says in the 100th chapter of Psalms and the 3rd verse, know ye that the Lord, he is God. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Who will this God be? He said, the Son of Man. I didn't hear you.
That's what he said.
All right. Now just let's see here. See, when you didn't understand that God was an acronym for grantor of dominion, I get all kind of insulting statements from people. Who that nigga say he's God? And you ask them, well, who is God? God is and then they go looking all up and You know, that's a telltale sign when you ask a person a question and they go look up. You remember the negotiator? And he looking up and to the right, he calling on the creativity side. He about to lie to you. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Instead of saying, I don't know, because none of you knew what was meant by God until I told you. And if I'm not the one to grant dominion, how can you claim to be a grantor of dominion and people come to you with problems that you can't solve? I didn't hear you. And I'm talking about human problems. But for instance, you ain't got no peace nowhere on earth. Now, why you don't have peace? Because you ain't got no mind that can grant you dominion over what's breaking your peace. I didn't hear you. As long as you can put forth an argument against what you are saying or doing, you don't have dominion. Let me hear your argument against anything I'm saying. Let me hear it. And stay on the phone for questions from me. Come on, this is your chance to show me that I'm not God. I'm not the grantor of dominion. Come on. I could guide every human being on this planet to peace if you wasn't so rebellious. Not only to peace, but prosperity. But your rebelliousness is what's getting you hell.
You think it just means being Mas Mariam? Take my place means stand in that place where the ultimate aim of the world is the destruction of the life of the messenger.
When did the messenger let sisters come into our meetings and wouldn't cover their hair? When did you ever see that? We used to have to send sisters back home or send them out there or give them if they wasn't willing to put a headpiece on and dress modestly, you aren't going to come in there just half nude. Only reason I many times didn't enforce something like that was because I wasn't in no temple nowhere and wasn't I was just visiting people's schools and whatnot, and I'd go there and talk and teach. Wouldn't have nobody searched at the door or nothing. I ain't gonna search nobody yet. I don't need to search you. You come on in here with your gun. You'll find out. Low down dogs. Murderers. These are the people who said, let him be crucified. Same mind, it's just in a different body. Chopped John the Baptist's head off and brought it on a platter. You're going to pay for this stuff. Anyway, you listen to him now. He stand up there, the messenger said he didn't take it upon himself, didn't he? What he doing now?
The messenger is no more here than the ultimate aim of white people is to deliver Farrakhan dead.
Wait a minute. Now, how is that? The messenger ain't here no more, so the object of white people is deliver Farrakhan dead. In the first place, Farrakhan already dead in his mind. You don't hear the word of God coming out of Farrakhan. You hear the word of Farrakhan coming out of Farrakhan. I didn't hear you. Is that what you hear coming from me? You hear Marvin's words coming out of me?
No, sir.
Allah didn't tell me to come in and speak with my own words. He said, you go there and eat your book up, and then you go and speak to them with my words. That's why they hate me so much. Because they hated Allah. They hated every messenger of God that came. Name one messenger that you didn't hate. Just one. If you say you loved him, he already told me what love make you do. He said, if you love me, keep my commandments. How many times I done heard you say, man, I'm broke as the 10 Commandments. Ain't you something? See, I got a good memory. And you ain't going to lie your way out of here. You ain't going to lie your way out of this judgment that I'm bringing to you. You're going to either change or you ain't going to be here.
What did you hear the Jews saying in New York? Who do we want? Farrakhan. How do you want him? Dead.
This ain't no joke. But let me tell you how many people want me dead. I looked at Newsweek magazine. How many of you read Newsweek? It had Farrakhan, this thing most of us don't read it.
He loved to see himself in papers. Huh? You know, when have you ever known, how many papers did you ever see white people put the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in? I didn't hate.
Not many.
The whole 40-something years that he was there, the whole 43 years that he was here, if it hadn't been for Muhammad Speaks, if you was waiting on white people to put the Honorable Elijah Muhammad out there in front of you, you'd have been waiting. They wasn't going to tell you nothing about him. They put Malcolm out there for you. I tell you what, how many papers you done ever heard say something about me? I talk about people all the time, but you don't hear that upset about me. Huh? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why they don't say it's a crazy man there in Mississippi, a crazy black man there, or Negro there in Mississippi that's telling people that he's the Lord? Huh? How come they don't say that? Because he ain't never going to tell you about somebody that condemned, that look like. If you find me, you'll find me on your own. He ain't going to help you. You heard the white man even tell you when he was talking about debating me, and he called you back and say, no, I decided I ain't going to do that. I'm not going to help. Tell him what he said to you.
He said, I'm not going to help the Son of Man convert white people.
Now, if I'm not the Son of Man, why did he say that? If I'm not the Son of Man, how come I ain't dead already? I'm in Mississippi here, man. And if you think you can do what I'm doing, let's see you go someplace. You know, I'm already here in Mississippi. So go to Alabama. They'll wait on you. Go there. Go there and do what I'm doing. Just know this. A representative of Almighty God, you with me. Allah put me here to deal with all of the people all over the earth that's lying in his name. He told me, he said, son of man, sit on my right hand. All of the messengers of God was God's right hand. He said, sit on my right hand till I make your enemies your footstool. That's why all of the messengers, they was telling you the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. Huh? I was sitting on them. I was sitting on the brain of Jesus, the brain of Moses, the brain of David, the brain of Solomon. The mind that's in me was on their brain. And when they completed it, Allah sealed it up. He said, now, prepare me a body. Abraham's seed went into labor, 400 years of labor to prepare the body that would be the Son of Man. And then when I reached and when it reached the time of my birth, Master Farad Muhammad's father prepared him to bring the knowledge that would awaken me to the knowledge of myself. And he sent Elijah. He raised him and sent him. He raised Elijah's level of consciousness. For Elijah was already had a spark of life in him. He was already displeased with what he saw going on with black people and white people here in this country. As the Master Farad Muhammad, he saw that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted someone to help us. And he said that Elijah don't have to get angry with him because he's already been angry, but he didn't have nothing to fight with. He said, but I'm going to give him something to fight with, and I'm going to fight with him. And that's exactly what happened. And while other people was taking bombs and bullets, thinking they was going to fight the devil, they thought the devil was flesh. But we knew, all of those in the circle of God knew that the devil is a mind. It's not no flesh. The flesh is just the temple. The horse, the rider, is the mind. So we don't wrestle with flesh in blood. No, flesh and blood, that's personal. This ain't personal. This is all about the true guilty one. The devil is the mind that devises illusions for people to live in. And so, no, we take truth and hurl it against the devil and knocks out his brains and low. You would think that the devil had already all but left the earth when I'm on there. Why? Because he's just as silent as he can be. He ain't got no way to fight me. The truth has come, and falsehood must vanish. I didn't hear you. Produce an argument against me if that's not the truth. Let me hear your argument against me. See, I already shut him up. Oh, now listen at him stand up here full of himself.
That over the last, since April of this year, white folk have been trying to position me in the media. You ain't heard my mouth. But white folk trying to position Farrakhan as though Farrakhan is now on his knees going to the Jews.
Well, in the first place, anytime white folks feel safe to attack you and you say you man of God, and they feel safe to call you out and attack you, they know something about you that other people don't know. The devil knows when he's looking at somebody that God is with and when he's not. The devil recognizes. Do you understand? Ask him, did he produce me? Why you think he don't try to argue with me about nothing? No, I'm not his product. Donahue enjoyed talking with Minister Farrakhan because he knew he could handle Minister Farrakhan. The only one didn't know it was Minister Farrakhan. He didn't think about all of the time that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was here. Ain't none of them white people call themselves calling him out. Huh? When the last time you heard him call me out about something? You ain't got nothing to call me on the carpet about. What? No, he don't want to get me out there with him because it make him look too small. I remember the messenger said he would pay him $20,000 an hour if he could get him to stand up at one of them microphones because they're arguing with him. Huh? Now, I ain't got $20,000 an hour to pay you, but I'll pay you $2,000 an hour. I'm not talking about come in here and call yourself insulting me. I'm talking about come in here and bring one of your preachers or whatever, come in here. He can get himself $2,000 an hour. I'll show you he ain't nothing but a liar. Talking about he representing Allah. What God you represent? None. None.
Begging them for some damn dialogue. Some of you, my young brothers, you hurt. And no, man, not Farrakhan. And some of these lousy hypocrites. Weak punks. You want so bad to make me like the sissy that you are. But that ain't gonna happen, brother. I told the white man, damn it, you will never see my knees bow.
Have you heard the word of God come out of him yet? I ain't. Anybody heard the word of God come out of his mouth yet? Okay.
Damn it, if you live 10,000 years,
I ain't bowing to no damn cracker.
and I ain't bowing to no silly Negroes either.
If you want the truth, all of us already bowed to white people. That's why we was walking around here calling ourselves Negroes for forever. And would have been doing it now if it hadn't been for Almighty God Allah coming revealing to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and revealing to us through him that you got no business bowing down to white people. You notice I didn't call him no cracker because that's not what we do. We don't do that. That's not righteous. Don't. Just call him what he is and what he called himself and what Allah revealed him to be. They are white people and we call them white people. And that is, he's the devil. And we made him that. And so anytime you blaming him, you better make sure that it's his fault. You see, I can blame him now because it is his fault if he want to stay the devil, because I can help him become a new creature. But if he wants to stay the devil, now that's his fault now. Do you hear me? And he gonna have to pay for that. But talking about bowing to him, we already bowed to him, and would have still been bowing to him if it had not been for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaching us the truth. And now he's bowing to him again because he's adopted the devil's way of communicating. Do you understand?
Almost there. I just came back from Mexico. And while I was down in Mexico, in a quiet, reflective mood, it came to me why the white man is positioning me like this. I mean, I'm the last voice that black people have.
Is he the last voice that black people have?
No, sir.
How many of y'all think Farrakhan is the last voice that black people have? I want to know if that's what you think. Well, what am I to you? I mean, I think that if you be honest, I'm the first voice that you had that shut every other voice up. I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
You don't hear nobody in this country or outside of this country come in here and call themselves calling me on the carpet for anything. And I've told them all of their religions is a lie. I'm the Mahdi. I'm the one that's rightly guided. And if you don't submit to me, you're not a Muslim. Just like in the history of white people. If you didn't submit to them, you wasn't Muslim. Why? Because Allah gave them dominion. And whether you liked it or not, he told them, he said, subdue the earth. Make all of them submit. So that when I come, they'll see that I'm the only one that you couldn't make submit. But I can shut your mouth. Now, who am I? I'm the original man of the new world, the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, God of the universe. Yeah. And them wasn't my words. Those was the words that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad put in my mouth. Everybody know where I'm getting mine from. I'm speaking with the great voices. And the seventh angel sounded, and there were great voices. I didn't hear you. He using the voice. You remember Doom? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now you see where they got that from. They stole everything they got. They ain't got nothing they created. Your adversary, the devil, came for to steal, to kill, and to destroy.
I'm the brother. I don't care whether you're Christian, Muslim, whatever your religion is. Farrakhan is a man that you believe you can trust because I've been consistent on behalf of.
Notice he said Farrakhan is a man that you what? Come on.
He said that you can trust.
No, he didn't say that. He said Farrakhan is a brother that you believe you can trust. He didn't say a brother that you know you can trust. He said it out of his own mouth that you believe you can trust. Well, belief, the wrong word when you claiming to be a representative of God. When it comes to trusting, have you proved that you are trustworthy? And if you have proved that you are trustworthy, then you should be saying, I'm a man that you know you can trust. I'm showing you that he can't be trusted right now. I didn't hear you. Show me that I can't be trusted. Give people some history on me to show that I can't be trusted. Show me where Allah's word condemned me.
People, I have never wavered.
That's a lie. Didn't he tell Nard Kushmir that he didn't believe the messenger was the messenger? He acknowledged that. But what do you mean he never wavered? In 1975, he was telling people he pledged his allegiance and all that was in him to W.D. Muhammad. He discovered that wasn't the way he was supposed to. That's wavering, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So why they positioning me like this?
What do you mean, why are they positioning him? That alone tells you that he's acknowledging that they have some kind of control to position him. See, you don't listen. Y'all don't know nothing about the language. That's why you always choosing the wrong leader, choosing the wrong teacher, choosing the wrong guide, and choosing the wrong side.
Because they are about.
You remember all of you claimed that you were so proud and shedding all them crocodile tears over President Obama getting elected? You remember that? And you remember I told you when he was running and Joe Biden said, he said, I don't see him as a black man. I see him as I look at any other white man. And I said, oh. I said, no, I can't vote for him. And because I hadn't been in no politics. And when I found out that Joe Biden actually meant what he said about he didn't see just the skin of President Obama. He looked at him like he would at another Caucasian that he respects or whatnot. And that's how he meant that. And as I saw their team for 8 years. For the first 4 years, I changed my mind. I came out and apologized to y'all and told you was right to elect him for president, and that I was wrong, and I was glad I was wrong. And I told you I didn't know nothing about no politics. I hadn't been watching them in politics. Then you reelected him, and I was with you on it, and we was together on that. Then when him and Joe Biden told you that we should support Hillary Clinton, and you backed up and chose Donald Trump, there's a whole lot of y'all around here that's listening to me that look like me. You voted for Donald Trump against the advice of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Because your mind ain't right. You've been eating too long off of the poison on the internet. And it's done almost cost not only black people, it's done almost cost the owners of this country, which is white people. It's done almost cost you your country, and the jury is still out on that. You got people who was in control of the internet. That young man, Mark Zuckerberg, and some of these other youngsters that's over all of this. They never learned patriotism like they should have. They were never taught it like they should have been. They never understood the value that Allah's word taught us all if we had paid attention. Is a root that once it takes root in you, it will produce nothing but evil for you. Allah comes between a man and that which he loves. If you push Allah out of the way, you are pushing that which you love farther away from yourself. And you soon will lose sight of it, because that which would have held it to you, you pushed aside. Allah is the author of love. You love your country? Then you should have remembered the Pledge of Allegiance. One nation under God. And as long as you stayed under God, meaning under is submissive to the word of God, that would make you indivisible. No one could divide you as long as you were under God. But when you said money talks and everything else can take a walk, you didn't say except God. Because if God was still present, you would never have said money talks and everything else can take a walk. So they were more concerned about losing revenue than they were about losing their government. no love of country, no love of that which made them rich. I always wondered why people coined the phrase, they killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Where that came from? That came from people who learned the lesson too late.
To assassinate me. I don't want to fight you because it ain't going to happen.
Now here I tell you what, I'm going to let you go. It's 12 o'clock. And I've taxed you long enough. But I tell you what, if you remind me Sunday, I will go back into this because I wanted you to hear that whole lecture from him and my critique. And you notice, I'm not spinning it. I'm just making sure you hear what's being said. He said he wanted it passed around and played everywhere, didn't he? Well, so I know you're not mad at me for playing it. So, I mean, because one place there, he gonna even compare himself to Malcolm X in a positive way. Now you just wait, and you see. So it's much that I can share with you, but not tonight. I'm gonna let you go, and we will take it up some more. If it pleases Allah, we'll take it up some more Sunday. Because I know brothers got things to do, and I don't want to overtax them tonight. So y'all go on, get your rest. And I really appreciate the fact that one of our legislators came in tonight to talk with us, and we had a nice brotherly conversation. And I bet not hear no crazy talk about that brother, like it was some kind of bad thing that happened in here. Wasn't nothing bad happening in here. And if you thought it was bad, why didn't you stop us and question us about it? Instead of going and trying to twist and misrepresent what you're doing, I'm going to cast you into hell. So may Allah continue to bless us and keep us safe, who hunger and thirst for his righteousness, and grant to each and every one of us a peaceful and pleasant night's rest and sleep, and a happy, peaceful, and pleasant morning's rise. May Allah's Salam Alaikum.